It's the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Bassmaster Live, Championship Sunday, final day with 10 anglers on Cayuga Lake. Yesterday was kind of like misplacing your car keys. We looked for our morning bite for the longest time and finally it just didn't happen. It did not happen. I can tell you things are a bit different, actually more than a bit different this morning. Here's the way it started this morning. Jeff Gustafson with the lead of 4 pounds and 5 ounces, trying to become the first Canadian ever to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he has done the work, laid the foundation. That is a good, solid lead on Cayuga Lake. Chris Zaldane, who was our first day leader, behind him, and the ones that follow Chris Zaldane, all within 5 pounds of one another. What's going to happen today? I don't know. The last two tournaments, someone's come from 10th place to win it on the final day. Davey Hyde, I think it's wide open right now, although it looks like Jeff Gustafson has an advantage starting today.
He's got a solid lead. He held on to that yesterday. It was much slower for most of the field. We had a few people move up and caught their bigger bags of the week, but only a few yesterday, Corey Johnson being one of them. But Gustafson held on to his lead, actually expanded his lead just a little bit, had his slowest day he's had, but he did what he needed to do to hold on to lead. And to be honest with you, a 4-pound lead on the final day here is quite a bit, but like you mentioned, don't count anyone out. The last two events, the 10th place angler on the final day came back for the victory, so don't count out Brandon Lester among others.
Again, we started with 75. We're down to 10 for Championship Sunday. That was the scene in Union Springs, New York, our host city. At the takeoff today, there's your leader, Jeff Gustafson, looking very, very solid and strong and doing what it takes in good conditions and bad. Yesterday, Seth Feider, one of those pursuing him. And I say there's been fireworks out on the water today. Chris Zaldane had a slow day yesterday, but got some back at the end for certain. Watch out for guys who are back in the field. Jamie Hartman, one of those guys who came from 10th place to win at Guntersville last time.
Championship Sunday, I'm stoked. Definitely happy to be here. And we're going to give it all today. I'm comfortable. I've got no stress, no pressure. And I'm in my home state of New York, Cayuga Lake. And I have never done this well on this body of water. This is by far my best tournament I've ever had on Cayuga. And it's a heck of a time to have it. So, God willing, we're going to put a big bag together and see where we land at the end of the day, man. That's it. I'm going to give it all.
So it is day 4 in the morning. Glad to make it, man. It was, I was sweating. I only made it by ounces, so glad to be here this morning for sure. I love fishing this place. I've really got 2 different deals going out here. I'm starting on a largemouth spot, catching them out of like 6 to 8 foot of water on a bladed jig, and then I'm going out to a smallmouth spot in about 25 foot. So I'm going to do the same game plan today. You know, I may mix it up. It's about a 10-minute run from one spot to the other. So I may make that run a couple different times today, and I'm going to mix it up and it'll take catching some big ones, but the best part about being in 10th is the only place you can go is up. So we'll see what happens today. Y'all stay tuned.
I'm excited to get out there and got another cloudy day. Not supposed to be too windy, so things will be a little bit different again today than they were yesterday. So we'll have to see what happens.
The fish are pretty ganged up there. There's a lot of fish there. It's just a matter of we can get 5 of the right ones. We're going to need 5 real big ones to catch Gussie today.
1 day left of grinding, and hopefully we can finish this thing off. Yesterday was a lot tougher day, but stayed in the mix, and I got a really good shot to make a big dream come true today.
Jeff Gustafson, Gussie, they call him, from extreme western Ontario. Dave Mercer gave us the lowdown on this guy earlier in the week, talked about he's been a pro since basically early childhood, and he is well versed in the ways of winning tournaments. And that's what's on his menu for today. Just hang on to a 4-pound, 5-ounce lead. You mentioned, Davey, that's perhaps more significant than it would be at a place like Guntersville or the St. Johns River, where just an average to good fish could erase that lead. Here it's going to be a little tougher for whoever wants to take down Jeff Gustafson.
It is, and he is well versed in tournament angling. He showed that yesterday. Yesterday is a day that a lot of people could have just lost it because he had a much slower day. Things were happening easy for him on day 1 and day 2. Had over 20 pounds both days. He struggled yesterday, but he stayed calm, rotated around 4 or 5 places, and was able to maintain that lead, expand on that lead just a little bit. So I was very impressed with him yesterday. And you're exactly right, Tommy. That 4-pound lead between first and second. Last week we had our 10th place angler come back and win, but it was only 4 pounds between first and 10th. So the lead that Gussie has going into this final day is very significant.
A little more significant, that's for sure. Our Hummingbird lay of the lake. There it is right there. Beautiful part of these United States, western New York and the Finger Lakes region. Cayuga Lake, about 42 miles long, about 1.5 miles on average wide. Plenty of water, plenty of room, especially for 10 anglers today, although we'll see some of them fishing right across from one another. I'll make that bold prediction because we always do.
We definitely will, but you'll see more anglers on this northern end. It's shallower, there's more vegetation throughout from one shoreline to the other. And today, thank goodness, looking at Hummingbird Lay of the Lake, the wind is supposed to come from the south. We've had slow days here before on Cayuga Lake when the wind came from the north. Today it's supposed to be from the south and light, so the fishing should be much better today, more like it was day 1 and day 2.
Absolutely. This is not yesterday, and we hinted to you that it's going to be a little bit more of a shake-up today. And Jamie Hartman gave us our first shot across the bow to begin that shake-up. First bat out of the box, as they say.
On the part for me. 2-pounder. In the box. Oh, B.A.S.S. That's a 6.5, baby. Oh man, let's get it started. Yes. Oh my God, that's a 6.5. We are on the right track, babe. My God, there's a 2 3/4.
Back live with Jamie Hartman. We heard him say as we opened up, what a time to have my first good tournament on Cayuga. I bet these other 9 anglers are saying the same thing about him right now. Yeah, you picked this time?
Yeah, this time is the perfect time for him to have his first really good tournament here on this lake. He's from New York and has been a little pessimistic all week, but that attitude has changed this morning, especially after that 6.5 pounder.
Well, I decided to start on the spot and that I caught the big one at yesterday afternoon. I started just south of it and worked my way up to it, and I probably wasn't 20 yards from the waypoint, and I caught another 6.5. Just cranking. I'm gonna try to cover as much water as I can this morning till this dies out. And I've got 2 other smaller fish. One's like a 2 and one's maybe a 2 3/4. So we're starting out all right. I just need to get a couple more, obviously a couple more bigger bites, but man, I know they're around, and I think once I milk my little stretch I've got up here with the crankbait and the drop shot, I'm going to start expanding, and that's when things might happen. But I've caught 3 big fish, 4 big fish up in this stretch that we're going to go to, and I've caught them all slowing down on the drop shot. So right now, man, we got cloud cover. It feels right. It's not super cold this morning like it was yesterday morning. We've got the cloud cover, which actually, if you get sunshine and a ripple, they seem to bite the crankbait better. There's one. Oh, knocked the fire out of it. Can't tell what's what with them pickerel though, so. But man, we're gonna keep grinding like we got the big bite out of the way early. Now we just got 4 more to go. I mean, sounds simple, right? 4 more bites with how many hours left? 7 hours? Yeah, no problem. That's the way it's been every day though, super slow. Very spaced out bites. But when you're fishing vast vast contour like this, there really is no contour, so they only hold to the grass, and it makes it hard to really pin them down when you don't have a lot of the right grass this year. So that's why trying to cover water is a good deal, but when they're just not biting it, you got to switch. And these fish will eat a drop shot for me pretty good.
Well, you saw how quick it can happen. Jamie Hartman disrupting the whole world in this tournament. First thing this morning, very first thing. But Jamie Hartman, by far, not the biggest mover and shaker of the lot here. We're going to go to him right now. Let's take a look at Brandon Lester. And what he has been able to do this day, Davey, is unbelievable. In fact, give it to him.
Oh, my goodness. Mercury move of the day. Starting this morning in 10th place, Brandon Lester. This cannot be happening. The last two events, on the final day, the 10th place angler went on to win the Bassmaster Elite Series tournament at Guntersville. Jamie Hartman did it, and then last week with Michael Frazier. Brandon Lester barely made it into the cut this morning. 10th place, and look, this is why Brandon Lester has to be the Mercury move of the day. 20 pounds on 1 ounce already this morning, getting it done early on a vibrating jig, about 6 or 7 feet of water and some vegetation. Hasn't even gone to his smallmouth stuff, which has provided very well for him the previous days.
Oh gosh, come here. Yes. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Gosh. This is unbelievable. Gosh. Freaking mule, dude. Big. Dude, I don't know what's happening right now, but I'm liking it. Oh my gosh. Yes. Boom. Look at that. That's the biggest one I've caught all week. Yes. Well, it's been a good morning so far. I've been starting every morning just throwing a bladed jig. I'm throwing a 1/2 ounce bladed jig, a little X-Zone crawl on the back of it. Something that looks like a bluegill, but I'm starting off every morning in 4 to 6 feet of water. And what there is, I don't know if you can see it right there, but there's scattered eelgrass out on these flats. And I mean, there's a lot of that stuff on the north end of this lake. But there's certain little places, I don't know if there's bluegill beds or I don't know if there's a hard bottom around, but there's certain little places around these clumps. They're not actually in the clumps, but they're around them. And I've got 2 or 3 little key stretches up here on this north end, and I came through this one yesterday afternoon and caught 2 big ones late in the day that put me in the top 10, so I decided I'd start here this morning. And it's been a pretty good decision so far. I mean, I've had a heck of a morning so far. I got 2 good ones and, well, 2 big ones and 3 good ones. So it's been good, man. Just throwing my chatterbait around and hope to catch 3 more of them big hammers. Make this thing interesting. But I'm trying not to think about that.
Don't worry, we'll think about it for you.
Oh, yeah, all day long.
Talk about it and do all that good stuff. You heard Brandon Lester say at the top of the show. One good thing about 10th place, there's no place to go but up. Another good thing about it, the last 2 tournaments have been won by the guy in 10th place. So if you believe in recent history, that particular racing form, he's in a good spot. That's the nature of the shakeup right there. Look at Brandon Lester with a 5.5 pound lead over Jamie Hartman. Jeff Gustafson's got 2 fish, though. So that's a good thing to keep in perspective too. He can instantly overtake these.
Oh,
two.
absolutely. But now he has rotated on only about 4 or 5 places, and he's really pressured those places hard. So we'll just have to see if they can reload. Yesterday we saw a couple anglers that have been pressuring just one spot, and it was a really good spot, but it went dry for them yesterday for the most part. So it'll be interesting to see, but you can't make this up. The last 2 events being won by the 10th place angler and Brandon Lester coming out the gate this morning and taking over the lead this early.
I think if I was Jeff Gustafson, I wouldn't want to know that particular bit of current events right there, but I don't think he's worried about it. He knows what he's got to do today. He started the day with the lead, and boy, he had certainly earned it over 3 different days.
Feels decent. Hopefully it's a bass. Yeah, it's a good one. Not that good, but 3. He's marking a few down there. I'm right on the end of a intake pipe here. I just fished the whole way out, and in practice they were up kind of near the base of it, and there's actually some nice weeds up there and stuff too, but there's a couple more down there I think too. 2.5. Sort of a skinny guy, but 3.
Take a look at what's happened earlier in the day. He had 2 before he caught that one. Here they are right here.
I think this might have been
he's
the
not
first
as big as I
fish
thought.
of the morning for him. He's catching these on a 3/4 ounce football jig. That's what he's caught most of his fish on throughout this tournament.
All right. Again, Jeff Gustafson trying to make history, be the first Canadian winner of a Bassmaster Elite Series event. And what are the chances that as we go into Championship Sunday, not 1 but 2 Canadians vying to become the first ever winner from the country north of our border? Corey Johnston, who has certainly fished his way into the top 10 in fine fashion yesterday, had the best day of all yesterday.
He did. Corey was one of the few anglers that had their best day of the week yesterday. So good fortune for him. He deserves it. Had some very tough luck last week. Had some
Another 2-pounder.
a lot of things go bad for him on day one on the St. Lawrence River. Looking at the Angler of the Year standings, Toyota Angler of the Year, oh, what a difference 7 minutes would make for him.
Oh my gosh.
Made that 35 cut, and I think everybody would agree he had a great opportunity to make the top 10. Would have been about making the top 10 here this week. He would have been about 30 points ahead of where he is right now, which would put him right there, neck and neck with the Scott Canterbury, the leader of AOY. But hey, it's all part of the big picture. Being on time, mechanical failures, so many things come into play that are out of your control.
They happen to everybody. They don't all happen in one day, but in this case they did.
It's slow going, but it has been every morning. And I'm waiting for the wind to pick up so I can start throwing the crankbait, and that's been getting me some bigger bites. But in saying that, I have caught, I did catch a 5 on a drop shot yesterday, and a bunch of 3 to 3.5. So it's not calling for a lot of wind today, but I'm hoping that the weatherman's wrong. He usually is. Get these fish fired up and catch them on a 6XD. It's painful fishing. It's just slow grind. What I'm fishing is it's an edge of the grass, and it kind of comes out a little further. The weed grows out to about 14 foot, and there's some hydrilla mixed with milfoil right here, and the fish are just loaded in it. but they're not cooperating this morning.
It's so interesting, the crankbait bite. Some anglers think they need the wind, which is typically the case, but we've seen some big fish caught already this morning and the previous days with the wind not blowing at all on crankbaits.
Very, very interesting. Crankbaits, bladed jigs, drop shot rigs, football jigs. That's a sign of a great fishery. All these guys can do what they feel most confident in doing. Seth Feider, a man who came here supremely confident in what was set up for him, the type of fishing, the exact type of fishing he loves to do. I mean, it is flat this morning.
Good one. Stay on, baby. Yep. That's super big. That's super big. We'll take them. All right. There's fish here. Ah, he felt bigger than that. We'll take him then. Ugh. 2 1/4. Looks bigger than that, doesn't he?
I was going to give him about 2.3, 2.4. $2.5?
2.4.
Give us an update again, Seth, on your day and all the different things you're having to do.
Yeah. It's like I don't think they're biting very good. I've been catching them all flipping. Even in the stuff I'm fishing now, just pitching a jig up there. I cannot get bit doing it, so just throwing a little Ned rig up there right now and fishing really slow. There's some fish here, but they're being real stingy. So just dragging this thing around real slow on these little spots and, you know, getting one here and there.
Has this been the tournament you thought it was going to be? I know you said earlier.
I didn't think it was going to get this tough, but I think they bit so good the first 2 days that, like, a lot of them got caught, you know what I mean? It wasn't, like, the first 2 days were way better than anything that happened in practice, as far as, like, everybody catching 20 pounds and stuff like that. Not big, but we'll take them. Number 5. Can you believe I just went and belly grabbed a 2 1/4 pounder? thought he was bigger than
That's a
that.
lim for Seth Fighter, as he says. He's just not able to catch him the way he's been catching him. Average about 21 and a half the first 2 days, flipping a jig, and he just can't get bit that way, he said today.
Oh, it was so fun to watch. We had a camera with him on day one, and I have to admit, I love to flip a jig myself, and it doesn't get any more fun for a lot of anglers. You mentioned, I think, on day one, who doesn't like to flip a jig? And
who among these guys isn't good at it? Yeah.
They're all good at it, no doubt about it. That's something that you have to be good at to be able to compete on the Bassmaster Elite Trail. But he certainly had it all going on the first 2 days, especially day one, just saving so many locations where he knew he'd be able to catch fish. But here's the deal. It's just, this lake is fishing better than he anticipated, better than anyone anticipated, because you go off of history, and the Bassmaster Elite Series has been here 2 previous times, and there's been nothing like this the previous times. We eclipsed the 20-pound bags, like going to double that of either of those 2 trips here, and the average weight per fish, I mean, just go on and on. Ronnie has showed us that the last few days. It's just absolutely incredible how good this place is fishing right now.
Hartman hooked up again.
That's a bass.
Another big fish.
Has his interest
on
for
the
sure.
top of the head. Yep. I'm not gonna chance it. Yep, we hooked both hooks on top of the head, but I'm not chancing it. It's like a 3-pounder. Close anyway, maybe. Uh-oh, it's got one little hook left. Once again, thank you, Owner Hooks. See what I mean? They're awesome. They're insane. Yeah, they're so sticky, dude. That's close to a 3.
That's just fish number 4.
Jamie Hartman. Lake Oneida is about an hour from here. That's sort of where you think of Jamie Hartman's home lake.
You know what's funny is it's been like that all week too.
Really?
Yeah, with my Marshall, both my Marshalls, it was like joke about it. Let's talk about it, and it happens. It's crazy. Yesterday was the same way.
Slick, calm, and he's getting it done with that crankbait, reeling
It
it.
was the same darn way,
Very
man.
slow.
It was funny as hell. He'd be like, all right, now tell me about what happens under these conditions. I'd be like, well, you see how the sunshine just come out and you got this nice ripple? I said, they eat it when it's a ripple. It was funny as hell. I know it. And then it just became a joke because it happened I probably called it maybe 3 or 4 times. I have not been out. Is that you? Huh?
No.
What the hell was it? What would have beeped like that? Uh-oh. Oh my God, it's a big bass. It's a big
May have been
bass.
a fish alert.
Yeah.
He ain't got it
Your
good at
limit
all.
is ready.
He's got it
right
good now.
beside the boat.
I don't even think she knows she's hooked yet. Uh-oh, she only got one now.
This is live, and this will be his 5th fish if he puts it in the boat.
Yes! Thank you, owner, again. Look at that, bro. Like, I know they're not biting it real good, but you just get them close. Just get them close. I think they just jump off the crankbait and snag them. Whew, that's a 3.5. Come on, bro, that's a limit, right? That's a limit. All right, we are pointed in the right direction. All right, well, I hate to do this. I don't know what's what. I'm gonna fill up this other live well real quick.
Flat calm and catching with a crankbait to swing and a miss fish. That's you got it going your way when that happens.
It is certainly going his way this morning. It's so reminiscent of Guntersville, where he came from 10th place and win. He started this morning in 6th place, so not near the hill to climb that he did at Guntersville, but absolutely incredible what he's been able to do this morning. Slick, calm conditions, catching them on a crankbait, reeling it slow. We've seen some great fishermen talking this morning about, man, if that wind would just blow, I'd pick up that crankbait.
Well, how could anyone match the streaking Brandon Lester? Jamie Hartman just did it. Just surpassed Brandon Lester for a slight lead, still early on. Day number 4 of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite here. Beautiful, beautiful day again. Cayuga Lake in the Finger Lakes region, and we got a full day of fishing ahead, and it looks like it's going to be a barn burner. Stay with us.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh. Here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movement with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Oh, we are loaded this morning, loaded with good stuff to show you. I think that first half hour, about as much as we can pack into a half an hour. There's been so many guys just lighted up this morning. Jamie Hartman coming out of 4th place to take over the lead from Brandon Lester, who just before that had taken over the lead, coming all the way from 10th place. Jeff Gustafson, though, started the day as the leader. He's still only got 3 keepers in the boat, just under 8 pounds, so won't take long for him to, should he intersect with a few of them, to set things the way we started this morning.
This thing it started off on fire this morning. Hopefully it stays that way. It's going to be very interesting this afternoon, just like it was last week.
Well, let's check in live with David Mullins. David Mullins having a great day. You're talking about the crankbait. It was him and Drew Cook, the first 2 guys we saw, sort of operating 99% of the time, basically, with a crankbait.
David Mullins made it look so easy on day 1 and day 2, catching over 20 pounds the first 2 days on a crankbait.
Well, we got one good bite that we needed to get. It's probably the biggest one I'll weigh in all week. Maybe, hopefully, we can get one bigger. But you know, this is the only way I feel like I can catch up and catch a big bag is to crank them. This is the way I've been catching them all week. You know, yesterday I had the opportunities to finish. I should be in second right now, but you can't land them all on a crankbait. And I've landed a lot of them probably this week. I probably even shouldn't have. But it's been a good morning so far. You know, I've got one big one, 3 other ones I need to get rid of. But it's been cool. I've watched two of them eat it on the Garmin Live Scope this morning, and I would have never caught those fish any other way because I was watching my crankbait come back and I could see a fish following it, but he wasn't going to eat it. And I stopped it and I watched the crankbait float up twice, and the fish come up and I twitched it and both of them got it. So that was really neat, and that's what I've been doing is just, you know, looking on the graph and finding little isolated patches of grass that are out here on these flats kind of away from the main grass line. And that's the way I've caught most of my fish this week. So, you know, hopefully the sun's going to shine and position these things in the grass a little bit better. And I don't think I need wind. Like I told Davey, when I found these fish, there was not a puff of wind, and I could watch schools of fish come up when I caught one. So this is the only way I think I can catch up, and this is what we're going to be doing most of the day.
David Mullins definitely ahead of his schedule from yesterday. Most of the anglers lost about 25% of their production from the first 2 days. David Mullins only caught about half as much as he had on the average of days 1 and 2.
Seen that crankbait be a big player this morning with Jamie Hartman and David Mullins. You got to keep your eye on the people that put those 5.5+ pound fish in their live well, because that's what it's going to take for somebody to have one or possibly two of those in their 5-fish limit to be able to take over Gussie. He's going to catch him some, but a little concerning with only 2 fish for 5 pounds so far this morning for him. But I would be shocked if he doesn't have 14, 15, 16 pounds. So it's going to take a couple of those big fish, like David Mullins has one and Jamie Hartman. Those 6 pound, Jamie Hartman's 6.5. That's what it's going to take. And if you get, they've already got, this time in the morning, they've already got one of those in the live well. If they can put another one in the live well, they certainly could win this thing. Seth Fighter had a great practice, and he stayed in the top 10 all week long. He only had that 5.5 pounder the first day. He just hasn't been able to catch that 5+ pound fish, and it's really, really hurt him.
Jeff Gustafson able to catch him so well on day number 2. He was able to expand his fishing spots. Have a bigger drawing board to work with.
Let's hook up on a big one.
Brandon Lester.
And another pike.
That's not what he's been catching this morning.
This depth, oh. Critter. Ones we don't want.
They just moved in all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on.
My hand so bad, but I can't just yet. Just still catching them, man. I'm gonna give it just till it quits. I'm not gonna set a time. If we don't get that cloud cover, come back in, I think things are gonna get tough until the wind picks up again. Flippers will like it, but I won't. I ain't flipping. I love to flip, but I've got too many fish around this area. This ain't my deal either. Cranking? No, my buddies are probably laughing right now saying, oh, he's gonna change that. It's like for me throwing a spinnerbait, man. I don't throw a spinnerbait neither.
Jamie Hartman, since he came out here in 2016, is certainly
get out of
hooked up. Chris Aldane.
Oh, that was a smallmouth, just a little largemouth.
Number 3.
Another little one.
Day 1 and day 2, Chris Aldane caught most of what he weighed in the first hour or 2 yesterday. Like a lot of the anglers, slower for him, but he needs to get one of those 5+ pounders in the boat this morning to really help his chances.
He didn't feel like the wind helped him much yesterday. He was hoping for a better result today.
Yeah, I'm right out of the grass now.
Not much of any wind today.
Sure isn't.
Racing. I said I was calm at the dock this morning, but my mind is racing. It's like, okay, I'm gonna give you $100,000 if you catch 20 pounds today, and I'm just. In this lake, it's been like this all week. It's one here, one there. So my mind is like, okay, do I go here? Do I go there? I'm gonna try some shallow stuff and some docks. Mixing some grass flipping. I haven't done that since practice. Caught a few doing that. I'm just gonna do everything today, man. I mean, I don't have one area that's loaded up, so I just have to keep mixing it up and just grab as many clues as possible. I mean, I'm fishing a buoy here for smallmouth, and I caught a largemouth, so I mean, it's anything goes today. Let's go check some docks real quick. I gotta do it. It's in my head. I gotta do it.
So here's what's so difficult on the fourth day. After seeing that the bite was just slower yesterday, Jamie Hartman and Brandon Lester know that they are biting.
Yeah.
You just need to be around them. Some of these anglers will spend too much time on a spot where they've just fished the places out.
Yeah.
And they start finessing, they start slowing down, and when you slow down in an area where there are no fish, it's never good, never a good situation. So it's just, you just don't know that, hey, the bite is picked back up this morning. Obviously, Brandon Lester knows, Jamie Hartman knows, a few of the anglers that are catching them. But unfortunately, you'll see some guys slow down in areas because they think, hey, it was off yesterday, it's off today, I just got to try to get 12, 15 pounds and I'll be fine. And that's not the case.
But, dude, you notice one thing, like I said, you start getting them darn pickerel bites, you get a bass. I don't know why they're mixing like that out here, but I don't care neither.
Jamie Hartman doesn't care about the wind, or lack of wind, that's for sure. He seems to be able to catch them just fine this day, especially. Cloudy and 59 degrees, I think that's our current conditions right now. The wind almost non-existent, but when it blows, it's from the southwest.
That TH Marine Weather Watch has been very important this week. That north wind yesterday changed everything.
Completely changed things around. And great point you just made there, Davey. And before that, during the break, you said, what are some of these guys going to think when they look at the footage of this and they're out there popping around with a little Ned rig and they're watching guys catch giants on a crankbait? What are they going to think?
It's going to make them want to throw up. I've been there and done that. It's so frustrating because you say, hey, they're just not biting this morning. We need some wind. We need some sun. You think all those things, and you really are just slowing down trying to finesse to get fish to bite that aren't even there. I mean, the cool thing about our sport, and it's similar to golf because it's mental. It's big time mental. But sometimes I compare our sport to like you're casting where there are no fish. It's like trying to make a putt and there is no golf ball.
There's no hole.
Or no hole.
Yeah, right.
It did switch from mostly sunny to mostly cloudy. And I see we've got a little sun now, but there ain't much left. It's pretty cloudy. It's gonna be pretty cloudy. So, like I said, dude, when we started this, I'm flying off the seat of my pants. I'll make the decisions as the conditions come. That's it. We'll adjust throughout the day if we have to. I know there's fish in this area, very scattered like, but we'll just keep trying to find them and find more. That's it.
Back to what we were talking about, though, and then you get a guy like a David Mullins, like, I'm going to do what I know I do well, and the way I caught my big fish, and if it happens, I got a chance. If it doesn't, then, hey, I had a good tournament. I'm top 10.
And it's also worth noting that the two guys fishing and catching them and knowing they're biting, Lester and Hartman, both had really, really good bags yesterday. All the guys who were already kind of not panicking, but like uncertain of what their deal is, was hoping for like an opposite trend this morning in the first hour, a sign that says, hey, it's an uptick in production. But like you said, it's hard to have an uptick if there's no ticks to up.
Had our breakfast rush kind of end watching Bass Track because Aldane kind of broke a 15-minute lull of no catches, but we've been having them every couple minutes before that.
Our leader to start the day, Jeff Gustafson, still only 3 keepers in the boat. We got 4 5-fish limits among our 10 out there today.
He's done a great job all week, especially yesterday. Very impressed with him just being patient and letting the bite come to him and extend his lead a little bit. But if he doesn't get another fish in the boat here in the next hour or so, the old demons will start running around in your head. What's going on? And we'll see how he reacts to it. He did a great job yesterday, but he was catching a few more than he is right now.
His execution sure has been good all week. I mean, just mistake-free pretty much.
I hate to even talk about it because you don't want to jinx someone, but I don't think, have we seen him lose a fish all week?
I don't think so.
I don't think he has. There again, that one hook in the football jig and
yeah, that helps.
Ned rig, and that's basically what he's doing. It certainly helps your percentages, but still you could lose a fish or two. He's done a great job.
Come on, fish, come on. Give me another big one, man. Space it out, that's fine. Just give me another big one. I don't even need a 6, man. Some 4s and whatnot. Yeah, buddy. We'll have the grill on high then.
All right, well, we'll try that later. They just started biting.
There's a bomb.
That looked like some
That's gotta be a
bass,
fish
though.
right there. Oh, damn. That's a fish right there in the grass. And he's streaked too.
I was going to say Jamie Hartman, since he came out 3-4 years ago, just developed a reputation for if he gets around him, he's really good at exploiting them and cleaning a place out.
Didn't waste any time getting on Bass Live, the very first event.
They don't start
Almost
cooperating,
won
they're
the
gonna get
thing.
that drop shot.
In his second. Good fisherman, and he proved it from day one. He got out here on the Elite Series a few years ago.
I feel some breeze though.
16, I think?
East breeze.
2016, I believe it was.
Southeast is what it's saying.
17?
Yes.
I don't know what that'll do for the bite, but if we get a ripple on the
Finished
water.
second rookie of the year, 18
I
he
think
finished
it'll
half the
help.
year, and then medical, and then this year.
Okay. It's a lot easier to keep up with the years when you're only 20 years old than it is when you're my age.
I got too many piled up inside my head.
Y'all turned the calendar back 10 years though this week, so y'all it'll catch up.
That's hardly a blip for me though.
It even makes it more confusing to keep up with the years.
We're getting in the area where I've been going, so I might have to change up the crankbait though, because it gets higher, a lot higher grass.
Bait's all sliced up.
want to keep throwing the big one though. Yeah. Yep. You'll notice, well, I got that graph off, right? Yeah. Let's say you can notice it's all short grass right now, and then pretty soon this screen will fill right up.
Friday? Hooked up?
Dang it.
Pick. Seth has certainly been one of the anglers that wanted sunshine with what he's doing, flipping this grass 6 to about 12 feet deep. Harpman's hooked up? No?
Yeah, it was up in the water column, man. I'd say that was a big bro.
Jamie Hartman caught 16.
Say it was, but
almost 17.
That's a pickerel.
On day one, caught. Improved by 3 pounds on the next day and improved by 3 pounds yesterday. So if he can improve 3 pounds, 25 if he stays on that track today. And that might be enough to get it done.
I definitely think if someone catches 25 other than Gutsy, they'll have him a chance. And he's well on his way. I'd say that 6.5 pounder in a live well goes a long, long way.
We talk about the power of shaking things up first thing in the morning. It's you don't need coffee when you can sit here and watch stuff like that. In fact, would you say, Davey? Would you say?
I would have to say that that's the music that we're going to have to call a power pole replay of the day so far this morning. And oh my goodness, we saw this just 2 tournaments ago at Lake Guntersville. Jamie Hartman, he was in 10th place there, but in 6th place starting out this morning. And those are the kind of fish that will move you up and certainly get you the prize of being the power pole replay of the day. Jamie Hartman with a 6.5 pounder to get things going this morning. And he got them going in the right way. And that's why Jamie Hartman has to be our power pole replay of the day. The biggest fish so far this morning, and absolutely the right kind of fish to be able to give him a chance to win his second Bassmaster Elite Series tournament in only 3 events.
Wow.
Yeah.
He was getting deep into that big final day limit at Lake Guntersville, he said, hey man, I'm fishing the conditions. This is the way I'm supposed to do it. He made mention that he's doing the same thing here. He's just going to roll with the conditions. Everyone else, the flippers want sun, he wants clouds, but he says either way I can get it done.
Certainly can. And that's definitely the best way to approach each and every day as a tournament fisherman, but it's hard to do. It's hard not to live off history. It's hard not to do what was working yesterday, what was working last week, what was working even last year when you go to a body of water multiple times. But Jamie Hartman is making all the right choices.
Jamie Hartman, Brandon Lester, the two big movers in the first quarter of our game here on Cayuga Lake. Jeff Gustafson started the day with the lead. He's still only got 3 fish in the live well, so big potential to make things happen very, very quickly. Things should happen pretty quickly all day long here. We'll be with you all day right here on Bassmaster Live.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir. Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got it.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Power Bait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent feed. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original power bait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Power Bait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Yeah, you care about gear ratios, inches per turn, and ball bearings. But most importantly, you want reliability and dependability in the equipment you use. And at Lew's, it is a requirement. Regardless of the price that fits your fishing style, Lew's doesn't cut corners when it comes to the gear they build. The new for 2019 Lew's Speed Spool is evidence of that. Hey guys, Pro Angler Jason Christie. When I'm out competing, I want something that won't let me down. There's a lot of things that are important in a reel, but the most important to me is reliability and durability, and you're going to find that in the new Speed Spool LFS. The new Speed Spool LFS is loaded with all kinds of features. First of all, one-piece aluminum frame. That right there alone is going to set it apart from other $99 reels. Secondly, solid brass speed gears. Just like the Super Duty, that $99 reel is going to last for a long time. When you're cranking in that big fish, this reel is going to be solid and smooth, and all of that is thanks to the new P2 Super Pinion gear. This oversized gear is going to allow for smooth operation, cast after cast. This magnetic control system, which is externally adjustable, will allow a seasoned pro or a first timer to be able to pick up the reel off the deck and cast with ease. You can find all these features and more in the new Speed Spool LFS at only $99. The team at Lew's is adamant on delivering quality, dependable gear at a price that fits your lifestyle. Whether you are a weekend angler or tournament pro, the new for 2019 upgraded Speed Spool LFS is the best $99 reel on the market. Go see for yourself.
Blue Water by TH Marine, offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus great premiums, including a 4-lure starter kit. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Wow, 5 more hours of Bassmaster Live set to go here on Cayuga Lake. If it's anything, if it's anywhere in the neighborhood of this first hour, what we have seen, I don't know if we can keep up with it, Davey. I mean, that's a sensory overload, what we have witnessed so far. Big shakeup on the leaderboard. Jeff Gustafson of Canada started the day with the lead, 4-pound, 5-ounce lead to be exact. And Jamie Hartman comes from 4th place. Brandon Lester from 10th place to take over the top spots right there.
Now, these are back-to-back events, Tommy, and this is the final day of 8 days of elite tournament competition, and this is one of the most exciting. I mean, like you said, I don't know if we can take it 5 more hours.
We have had, you're right, that has been a remarkable 2 weeks. Just great bass anglers on great fisheries. You just cannot beat that combination right there. Everybody probably needs a little rest after all this. So, I mean, it takes it out of you.
I'm sure a lot of them do, but I actually talked to a few of the anglers that are not fishing today that went back to the St. Lawrence River because it was so much fun and preparing, knowing that we're going to have more events there in the future.
And we're up here already, so why not? Fighter.
I think that was a polar. I thought he was way bigger than that.
That's had his limits for a while here.
Good to see him with a jig back in his hand. That's what he wants to be doing, and with this sun coming out, hopefully he'll do that. And I think his chances of catching that, he's going to have a 20-plus pound bag to have a chance today.
I think it's going to happen today, Wes. Well, let me get bit fishing like this.
Wants the sunshine for sure.
I think that's part of the reason for his optimism here. just heard him say, I think it's going to happen today.
In the middle.
Good stuff right there.
Oh boy, he must be hungry.
take a look at the angler who had such a fantastic visit to North Carolina this year, a first and a second in the Bassmaster Elite Series. South Carolina, I should say. Sorry, Davey. Don't take that personally.
You make like
I don't know which way I'm
one
facing
little
right
small mistake every 3 years. I mean, I do every 3 minutes.
I think it's more the other way around.
Hooked up?
What have I got here? Oh, what a good one. That'll work. That'll work.
Good, solid fish. For Stetson.
Hey,
Keeper number 4.
That'll do.
Keeper's service a little scratchy
A little bit
there.
better fish there. I'll go ahead.
Big frame on that fish. If he had been filled out like some of those we've seen this week, he'd be right up there in the super tanker division.
Absolutely. And we've
did pick up a.
by far the majority of them have been that way, but a couple of sets this morning have been a
days
little
ago.
thin.
That's got to be a pickerel. Maybe not. Nope.
Smallest, he's got 1 2-pounder in his live well, is
Yes.
that right, guys?
Yes.
2-0 and a 2-10.
You hit it on the
small.
way down on the drop, dude. I'm gonna boat flip them.
Bigger than a 2-0. First time we've seen Jamie Hartman with a drop shot, but he's been catching a number of his fish on a drop shot. Crankbait has been
I thought for sure.
lure of choice so far this morning.
When they smoke it on the drop like that, that's usually one of them.
This was probably about 2.5, I would guess. Help him a half
Yeah,
pound.
man, it's just a green pumpkin neon. With a chartreuse tail, man. That tail is the deal. It's the right bait synth, 4.75. They've been eating it good. Not gonna change nothing. Even with this conditions here's that fish still told me that they's wanting to be aggressive, so
If you didn't hear him, the reason he's saying that fish told him they were wanting to be aggressive, it hit it on the initial fall. Not having to dead stick it or just set it there and shake it in one
so
place.
you just that's what I'm talking about with this drop shot deal. Like, it's hard to, man, that's the same waypoints I caught them 2 big ones on right there where I just got bit. The heck was I saying? Oh, you try to cover as much water as you can with this deal because a lot of it, 98% of it, is a reaction bite when it drops. Whether they eat it on the drop, but they mostly eat it right when it hits the bottom. Oh, I missed one. See, I think he bit it on the freaking drop again, or right when it hit the bottom.
Well, again, our own Dave Mercer said, they got to eat today. They're going to eat.
He called it, didn't he?
He did say that.
They did eat breakfast
Didn't
this
have
morning.
it good,
for
so I don't
these
know
guys.
what it was. Usually the bass just choke it. That was definitely another bite.
Dang it.
Looks like I took them pants off right at the right time, huh?
Unless they're right at the boat there.
Sure did. Don't think that's going to help him, though.
No. Hasn't really made it out deeper yet.
He hasn't. Said he had some largemouth, shallow that he was going to start on, which he did, and good for him and good for us watching.
Did it well. Absolutely.
And then some smallmouth out deeper, 20, 25. So
20 pounds in the boat in an hour? Hour and 15 minutes? That's pretty good. Corey Johnston.
Not what you want. We see a few of those, especially when the sun gets up.
Corey says, and he said it yesterday, I'm around. They're here. There's no question they're here. It's just you gotta get it in front of the right ones. Likes the place he's fishing.
Saw that a lot yesterday with Chad Pipkins. Caught a lot of fish, but just never did catch those better fish, the ones that he needed to get into that top 10.
I really kind of thought he was going to make it there for a while.
Oh, I did too. I did too. Brandon Lester squeaked in, and boy, he took advantage of it this morning.
Yeah. Beware of that guy who gets in by the skin of his teeth.
Get these off now. Get my comfortable ones on. Oh yeah.
Much better.
Yes.
Scott Canterbury just missed making the cut. Scott Canterbury leading Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year stats. Let's take a look right now, though. Someone who is fishing today. The leader, Dick's Sporting Goods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year points. And there he is with a 63-point advantage over Patrick Walters. Drew Cook.
He gained a few on.
He scratched. He clawed a few back from Canterbury, didn't he?
He's only 19 back.
The other race.
In the AOI race, he's leading. Jumped a little bit ahead of Walters.
Dick certainly gets your attention with the Rookie of the Year race this year. It's more valuable, more of a prize for the winner of that one, and we seem to have more talent in that race every year too.
Appreciate them bumping that up. $500 awarded each and every week that you're leading. Every event that you're leading, the Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year, and at the end of the season, $10,000 to the winner.
Little annuity for Drew Cook for a lot of this season.
Well, my morning's been kind of slow. Started on my main stretch, and I caught one 3-pounder, and had to give that stretch a shot just in case they were going to bite there this morning. And and came down here to another stretch that I fished a little bit on the second day and caught some good ones. Hadn't had any bites on it yet, so I'm gonna fish down the end of it, and if I don't get any bites or anything like that, I'm gonna go hit one more little wad of fish, and then I'm just gonna go try to do something else, see if we can't make some heroic moves today.
That's something to aspire to. Heroic moves. Why not? Why not make that your goal?
Why not be heroic on Championship Sunday? That certainly should be all 10 of our fishermen's goal this morning when they left the dock.
Absolutely. We're with 10 anglers out here on Championship Day. The other angler besides Drew that we haven't checked in with yet. Down around the St. Johns River country there in Florida. Cliff Prince.
It's been slow this morning, y'all. Just got up here to another area where I've caught a few of my fish, and we've only got one in the live well right now, but still got plenty of time. I mean, I haven't caught my better ones. Yesterday was midday to weigh in, so we still got plenty of time. We're gonna keep our head down, and it's hard to fish slow when you've only got one in the box, but that's the only way they'll bite it up here is just almost dead sticking it.
As we mentioned, many in our top 10 lost about 25% of their, had it fall off 25% yesterday. Their weight production, Cliff Prince, one of those guys who upped it by 25%.
He did. I think he's gotten better and better weight-wise each and every day, which has not been the case, especially yesterday for so many of the anglers. Good to see Cliff making the top 10. Fishing a little farther north than almost anyone we've covered.
Mm-hmm.
Just, I'd say farther north. It's a half mile farther than a lot of those guys, maybe a mile south of a lot of the fishermen are about a mile south of where Cliff is. Gussie's hooked up?
Yeah, come on, baby, be a bass. Yeah, it's a keeper. He's coming in. Oh, that wasn't a very good bounce I took there, but there's a bunch of them here. They're just hard to catch. All right, 4 down. Just a hair over 2.5 again. Number 4.
Well, look at this. That one will go right to the bottom line there and take a good bit off of that deficit he had to Brandon Lester there. So getting back in it.
We got 4. They're still not the right ones, but the small goals here first.
We talked about it earlier, but I think it's so important and it's going to be so interesting to see how the day unfolds with
running numbers at the house last night. I determined that
Gussie rotating 4 or 5 places that are downtrending as of yesterday and so far this morning, with Brandon Lester and Jamie Hartman definitely uptrending.
Yeah.
Can Gussie's locations reload? That'll be the question of the day.
He made a good point about the whole psychology of that whole thing in the first hour this morning about how if you think everyone is downtrending,
just check
it can make you make some decisions that maybe aren't in your best interest.
Absolutely. And I think that's what a lot of these guys, well, I say a lot, there's only 10 out there, but a high percentage of these guys, probably 50% of the field, thinks that, well, it's just, the bite, it was incredible the first 2 days. We saw it downtrend yesterday, and I think that surprised a lot of people. But after seeing the weights downtrend for the most part yesterday, then it's easy to accept that, hey, it's reality. It's slow for me again this morning. It's just not, we knew it wasn't going to be as good as it seemed to be those first 2 days.
The reality is you don't need to go into maintenance mode at this point.
I wish this was more exciting, boys, but
again, Jeff Gustafson, we saw him add another there on his way to a limit. And again, trying to be the first ever Canadian winner of a Bassmaster Elite Series event. Joined the tour this year. Corey Johnston, Chris Johnston, 3 Canadians with the very nice resumes who joined up this year.
They had
with the tour.
Great resumes, and they showed the whole world the very first event at St. John's River. Corey and Chris Johnston were in contention from the first day all the way to the final day. Chris Johnston came very close to closing the door.
Corey Johnston.
Pretty impressive they came in. Both of them the Johnsons are in the top 7 of our AOY standings.
Yeah, that says a lot.
And Gus Hughes had an up and down year. This one solidified him. He was 30 points from the cut line. Now he's about 70 from the cut line to make the 50th Classic next year. So he's way more comfortable getting in.
Get in here. Two and a quarter, maybe.
Almost as a 2 for Corey. He's got 4 of them, so take your pick.
One will help him a little, but he needs to upgrade, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
He came on strong during the midday to the late day yesterday, so hopefully he'll do the same today.
One of the few, over 20 yesterday.
Hit it the exact same way that one I broke off did.
Yeah. Talked about him and his brother both being players in Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year stats. Let's take a look at the top 10 right there. Scott Canterbury just missed the cut here. He's holding down that lead with Drew Cook, who, as we mentioned a few minutes ago, clawed back a few points yesterday versus Canterbury, and that race for the top. Chris Zaldain out there fishing right now. Very much a part of that race. Bill Lowen not fishing today, and Corey Johnston is out there. Stetson Blaylock, Seth Feider, Brandon Lester, all with a chance to gain a little on the leader today.
Jamie Hartman's 11th, so we have 7 guys today in our top 11 in the AOY standings. Today.
Drew Cook can leave as far back as 20 points behind Canterbury or as close as 10. That's his gap. He can make up points today.
Those heroics, that's where he needs those heroics that he was talking about. That would be a heroic change in his favor in this very important race. 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year along with the Geico Bassmaster Classic. Those are Those are the two peaks of bass fishing for sure in terms of what you can achieve in a year.
Well, Canterbury was getting a stranglehold on it till slipping a little bit yesterday. I got a little trivia for you guys. He caught 9-something yesterday. When was the last time he didn't have over double digits in weight on a fishing day?
Scott Canterbury?
Yeah.
When was the last time?
Over 10 pounds. It's been a while.
Day 4 at St. John's.
Well, no, since then.
When you pay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Day 2, he had 7 pounds, 1 ounce. It's been 13 angling days since he hasn't had a bag over 10 pounds.
I think Davey was pulling a fast one on us because I think he finished like 11th at St. John's, so he didn't fish day 4, right? Is that what you were going for?
I knew he had a tough either third or fourth day. I thought it was fourth day. Was it third day?
I think it was third day. He might have finished like 11th.
I know it slowed way down for him. He had a real good start first 2 days.
Corey hooked up again. See if this is the right flavor.
He was 9th there at St. John's.
Tough fourth day.
Man.
About to have a 7-pound day on Winion, finish 2nd.
Little guy.
That one no help. Drew Cook on your right.
That one's better. God, please be a bass. Don't run at me.
Third keeper for Drew Cook.
Needs that one, absolutely. Maybe that's the start of the heroics. You got to start somewhere.
He was one of the crankers that wanted a little win, and he just got that little ripple, just enough. Hopefully things will pick up for Drew Cook.
Make up ground. Talk about heroics. We have had our share of them so far today, an overshare of them. This engine's been almost overheating this morning when we looked at what Brandon Lester, Jamie Hartman have been able to do.
That's how you make up ground.
David Mullins, he said it. That's how you make up ground right there with that big one this morning on a crankbait. Speaking of big ones on a crankbait, Jamie Hartman with a 6.5 pounder. That's
a 6.5,
gives
baby.
you the lead on Championship Sunday, no doubt about it.
Boy, it's the kind you can ride to a lead if you can just fill out a good limit around it. Jamie Hartman with the lead right now, but not by much over Brandon Lester. Jeff Gustafson, we saw him add his 4th fish just moments ago. Seth Fider, still waiting for the big ones to show up. Corey Johnson, ditto. David Mullins, a good one in the boat. He needs to build a supporting cast around that big one he's got. Lots of work to be done for 10 anglers left on Championship Sunday.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Mother Nature is my playground. And when I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out, guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Could have looked at the leaderboard last night on your device and said, boy, this could be a runaway. This thing could get out of hand really, really fast. Things have gotten out of hand, but it's not a runaway by any means. Our next event coming up in about a month's time, Fort Gibson Lake. That is going to be the season finale for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Very, very different than the scene you see right here. It's going to be a whole different ball game, and who knows what changes are going to be affected on both the points races and standings versus getting to Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year's Championship as well, which follows up the next week. So September is going to be action-packed as well. Action-packed is the name of the game this morning, Davey.
It has been action-packed, no doubt about it. That event will be very, very interesting, the last regular season event for these anglers. Every Elite Series event is equally important, but that last one, for some reason, seems so much more important because it's going to really determine who can make it to the AOY Championship and have a chance to make the Bassmaster Classic at Lake Guntersville.
Yes, sir. Well, here's the man who was, he lives in Arkansas, and as we say in Arkansas, he's been on fire this morning, that's for sure. Jamie Hartman has got it going.
Lives in Arkansas now, but from New York.
From New York, but you can hear some of the Ozarks starting to creep into his pronunciations here and there.
I've heard that he goes to the ramp in the morning with banjo music now these days.
Ronnie.
Looks like he's got a bite here. Yep. Oh my, he catches another big one. It'll really be on fire.
He'll be on fire for real then.
Got a couple fish, 2 of them, about 2 3/4 pounds.
Stay on, maybe. There's an upgrade, huh? Man, it's calm and everything, but they seem aggressive because he got about 5-6 feet to the left side of me.
Help him a half pound. If it's
Number
smallest
one.
one, 2 3/4, I'm guessing.
Definitely take out
3
number
1/4.
one. Should be 3, close to it. No, it's not. Wow. It'll help. I was hoping it was 3. Yeah, 297, 260. So number 1 again. Same one.
All right, Corey Johnson hooked up. Oh, it's a little bigger just from the body language.
I agree.
This could be a big one.
Oh, man.
Came off.
You're kidding me.
Hmm.
Yeah, he said that could be a big one. And he was leaning on it pretty good, too.
It's another big one.
Just came off. He's
So that was a couple of different anglers yesterday. Just, man, no rhyme or reason. Just.
And you catch, like, he's got a limit of clones, and he's caught a couple more around that same size, and finally get that good bite, and it just comes off. Didn't break his line, didn't jump, just came unhooked. 3/4 of the way back to the boat.
Well, he can come back and catch another one with the next cast. Or it may be a while. It's been a while for Jeff Gustafson in his pursuit of a limit this morning. Still listed as only 3 keepers in the boat.
So you got 3 or 4?
Uh-oh. Sorry, I wasn't updated. He's got 4.
Yep.
A little
4
over 10
for,
pounds.
yeah, 10 pounds or so.
We talk about this quite often, whether you're in first place or 10th place, you normally go out with a target weight that you think you need to have a chance to win, and obviously the leader has a shorter target, a lower target, but this morning I felt like that Gutsy had to catch 15 pounds. And you would think that would be relatively easy, but it's not been easy so
It's
far.
not.
He's at 10 pounds right now, but if he gets to 15, it'd be difficult for him to not win. But Jamie
right
Hartman
around
catches another
80.
6-pounder.
Oh, yeah. Then
Makes it
maybe
a
be a
different
little
game.
more demanding for Gustafson then.
Barely got him. I think that's not. I think I had a fish and lost a fish, and then another fish ate it. No, I really do.
Right.
Yeah. No, like I felt him come off, and then another one ate it. We put him in there in a pound.
So Drew caught 2 on that cast.
I just need a ripple.
Had one heat to come off and caught another one. That's being efficient with your casting. Right
Yeah,
there.
it can happen, but
You know, I mean, I think I just hit the morning bite this morning with the clouds, so I don't know if I want the clouds per se. Actually, you know what? Oh God.
this will be another upgrade for Jamie Hartman.
Again, if you're just joining us, Hartman caught a 6.5 pounder to start his day this morning. Really sort of elevated the mood here.
Caught that 6.5 pounder and several more good ones on a crankbait, but since then he's gone to the drop shot. And
whew,
here we go. Ooh, that's a good upgrade. Ooh.
This right here is why I throw the drop shot. You see where that fish is pegged? And this is what I see in my seminars right here. This is why I throw a drop shot. Because it's like 100%. If nothing else goes wrong, you're gonna land that fish. And I love catching them on a drop shot. That's push 4. That is pushing 4. So we're gonna get rid of number 3 right away, because I know that's my small one.
Good upgrade there.
I can't get him off there. There it goes, nice and clean. Thank you for settling my nerves this morning, buddy. Come on, hit it. About what I thought, 385. I was gonna say 385. He looks like a 385, but I ain't gonna say that.
Jamie was
this deal today.
talking about his good, solid hook set there, the kind of fish that doesn't come off. But he's been a little bit fortunate on a couple of his other fish today.
He has. A couple of those crankbait fish were just barely hooked. One or two of them on the outside of the mouth, just barely hooked with only one part of a treble hook. But makes a good point there with the drop shot. Any single bait, single hooked presentation is your percentage is higher. But when you don't have weight connected to that hook, let's say a football jig is a good example. It's a single hook, but you've got 3/4 ounce of lead right there and gives that fish leverage to be able to throw that hook. But you get a Carolina rig, a drop shot, the landing percentage is super, super high. I don't know if I'd say it on Championship Sunday because it'll probably jinx yourself and the next 2 will come off. But he's exactly right about that landing percentage being extremely high with a drop shot or a Carolina rig. Floating worm back in the day. Cinco without weight, you know, that sort of thing.
That's, yeah.
When did he caught several big fish yesterday? It was midday or so, wasn't it? Ronnie Seuss, do y'all know? He made it up some serious ground. It was on up in the day yesterday, wasn't it?
That 6.5 was at like 2 o'clock.
Was it? Ooh. Not saying that anybody couldn't catch him up in the day, but some of these anglers definitely said, hey, the first 2 hours is when it's got to happen for me.
There's definitely more around.
Looks like Brandon Lester has gone to plan B with his deeper smallmouth. See if he can upgrade.
One there the first day, hooked 2 and lost them. Second day I caught 4 or 5 off of it. Yesterday I caught 3 off of it. all of them have been nice ones.
They ain't just biting for me either, I know that. If they're biting like this for me, they're biting for everybody else too. But you know what, hey, we got ourselves a bag already at, 9:45 in the morning. And we still got a lot of time left. 5 hours, just over 5 hours, so. I can make a lot of pitches in 5 hours. If you give me some wind, I can make a lot of casts in 5 hours on a crankbait.
We're speculating on
I have a
wind, Jamie.
feeling what's going to happen is it's going to stay like this for a while, and then all of a sudden that wind's going to pick up. Because it said 5 to 10. They usually don't joke around about that.
Speculating on when Jamie caught him yesterday. We actually got that information banked, and we can show you a little graphic representation of it right now. Take a look at this map of Jamie Hartman's fish catches from yesterday.
2-pounder at 9
4, 12, and 5 were pretty early there. 4 minutes apart, 8:30.
Yep, so 2 nice ones early in the morning, and then 3-pounder at 11:08.
Before lunchtime. There we go, a little bit later.
There we go.
Yeah, 6.5 pounds at 2 o'clock. Exactly right.
Good job, Ronnie.
Ronnie with the
Had to redeem myself
memory.
from getting Canterbury's stats wrong from St. John's.
What day did you say he struggled there? Day 3? He had 30 pounds.
I didn't say
Oh,
that.
I know. You did.
I thought he finished 11th.
Day 4, he had 14 and a half. Day 1, he only had 10. His first day, 10 pounds, 3 ounces.
Guys, that was years ago.
Yeah, and then he had 25 and then 30.
Don't have to look back that far to see a day that I struggled on the
Boy,
water.
me
I can tell you
neither.
that.
Now, I want to compare yesterday's with today.
Couple fish, 9:30-ish.
Going back
Good
in
one at
time there.
Almost 10 o'clock.
6'4" at 7:20 a.m. That's how you move up the leaderboard. Catch you a 6'8" at 2:06 in the afternoon on day 3, and then on day 4, just go out there and catch you another 6-pounder at 7:20 a.m.
Yeah, that's.
Time of day has just been real important. This is great to look at this catches from yesterday and today, and it shows that he's caught them throughout the day, both days. His biggest one coming yesterday afternoon, and his biggest one today coming in the morning. A lot of the anglers, even before the tournament started, said this place is notorious. Chris Zaldane being one of them. The first 2 hours is just so important. David Mullins told me that pre-tournament. A lot of those guys saying that, but Jamie Hartman has been able to catch fish throughout the day.
Take a look at this one. That's what got everybody fired up this morning. Little giant coming into the boat. Jamie Hartman, 6.5.
That's a 6.5, baby. Let's get it started.
Well,
yes.
You just did.
He just did.
Oh my God.
Definitely got it started.
6.5. We are on the right track.
We saw an 8-pound, 1-ounce largemouth finish big bass, weighed in on day 1. But let me tell you, those 6.5 pounders go a long way in this neck of the woods. When you catch a 6'4" one afternoon and the next morning you come out and catch a 6'8", he didn't just stop there. He caught some other really nice fish this morning on crankbait.
Thank you.
That's what gives you the lead. Come from behind. Victory is definitely doable now for Jamie Hartman with the fish that he has in the boat and the fact that we just looked at. He has been catching fish early, midday, and later on in the afternoon. Here you see he switched up to a drop shot.
After a drop shot.
After the sun got up in the horizon.
It's like 100%. If nothing else goes wrong, you're going to land that fish. And I love catching them on.
About a 4-pounder right there he caught on drop shot. So good combination, the crankbait earlier this morning and then the drop shot. This wind picks up, I think he'll probably go back to the crankbait some.
Well, final day at Guntersville, he certainly had everything firing. It resulted in a victory, big come from behind victory. Boy, if he can keep it firing like he has so far today, look at all those catches listed for you there. It'd be a dangerous character. I'll just say that.
Absolutely. I mean, coming back from 6th place that he started in this morning would be quite the feat. I mean, we've gotten a little spoiled the last 2 events, seeing somebody that could come from 10th, but you don't see many people come from 6th place.
Here's 4th, 5-12 back, Davey.
I don't know if he'll even help.
Well, Corey has caught about 7 or 8 of those, I think, this morning.
Man, yeah, he's got a
nice, solid fish, but
he's got a full set of those 2-pounders for sure.
Oh, I missed him. Look at that. Got him that time.
Now, get one of the deep bites
going.
Stay on
there. Wow.
He ain't that big.
Hello, smallmouth.
Yeah, flung himself at Brandon, didn't he?
Gosh, there's a pile of them down there. Get in here. I got to get back down there.
That's not going to help you.
Any idea, Ronnie Suits, what the biggest smallmouth caught here has been?
Perch had a 5-pound one, didn't he?
Who?
Clifford Perch. We saw him with a 5-pound smallmouth.
He said it was a 5.
He had that the miracle smallmouth.
Yes.
Yeah, running over a spot and seeing him.
Mueller's had some big ones as well. I don't know what the weight on those, but Mueller had 20 pounds as well on day 1 of smallmouth. So one of those might have been a 5 with some, a 3 being a small.
If you weren't watching when Clifford Purse described what had happened,
To a lost would have helped.
His graphs, sonar, 2D sonar at the console had not been working all day, and he was running across the lake, and it came on for just a second, and he saw a high spot with and marked some fish, and he stopped, and the graph
turned off
blinked again.
Yeah.
But he dropped down and caught a 5-pound smallmouth off of that one spot. Miracle timing there for the graph to come on for him and catch a big smallmouth.
That's
Come on, wind.
Kyle Monty just texted me and said he had a 5.8 on day 2.
Okay.
Well, Jeff Gustafson, I think on day 2 or 3 said that he certainly had as one of his backup plans a smallmouth spot or two.
I think it was day 2 we saw
Day
him.
2.
I don't know if it was other places he had, but he caught 2 3.5 pounders. It didn't help him at all.
Yeah.
But it didn't pan out for him yesterday. But boy, it was.
Yeah,
he was firing on all cylinders.
He was on a big time roll at that point for sure.
He and David Mullins both. Well, I'm gonna stop fishing, and then they would just move, go somewhere, and catch another 3 or 4 pounder. So Brandon Lester was not weighing those fish this morning, was he?
I do not believe so.
Showing him 2.9 back, but that could be, gosh, when you catch him that fast and furious, it could be it's really hard to, it could be a pound difference there, easily.
Well, you heard Jamie Hartman's weather forecast a few minutes ago. He said, I think what's going to happen is the sky's going to stay like this for a while, and after an hour or two, the wind's going to start blowing. So,
I think that's a good prediction.
Yeah.
It's funny, you never know who's watching or how many are watching Bass Live until
Blaylock.
Credit needs to be given.
Not a big one, but a decent keeper for number 5. Number 5. Figured there'd be a 1 in there at least. At least. Okay, I just put that last one over here, so there's 2.
Stetson Blaylock rounding out his limit. Let's get something started and hoping for some size to go up for him during the course of this day. We are into our second quarter of fishing almost. Here, I'd say we are. But plenty more to come. It's Championship Sunday at Cayuga Lake. Boy, how does it get any better than that?
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
There's your winner.
Dream big. Develop your craft. Believe in yourself and win on the biggest stage.
You can do it, buddy. He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang! We should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got him.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait. Now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go. Giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley. Catch more fish.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now to win a fishing trip with Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Jamie Hartman. Trip includes airfare, hotel, rental car, and $500 spending cash. Plus a Nitro Z18 with Mercury outboard, Lowrance Electronics power pole, and an amazing prize pack. Total value of $40,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Let's all walk down the simple road. It's where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walk in the direction that supports you and me. You and me. Let's all walk down the simple road. It's where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walk in the direction that supports you and me.
Anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting, because when protection matters most, Line Exit. Go to linex.com to find a store near you.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S. today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S. cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Going to crown a champion at Cayuga Lake today. Weigh-in's coming up at 3 o'clock Eastern Time this afternoon. Definitely don't want to miss that. Very, very important in this next to the last stop for the Bassmaster Elite Series in 2019. What a great season it has been. And we think there's more greatness on the way today here at Cayuga Lake. We have seen so much movement on the leaderboard. A couple of real explosions early this morning that shook up the whole landscape here.
Definitely has, and Gussie's still just one fish short of the limit. Needs to get that fifth one in the boat. Pick up a crankbait here for the first time. Did not see him throw one yesterday or so far this morning. Hopefully it'll work out and get that fifth fish in the boat. Here we go.
A little flat water cranking here.
Not big, but we got 5. I think that's the smallest one I've caught. $190.
Two days ago. There's one. Smallie. Yeah. That's a big one. No, it feels big.
Saldane.
Not getting as many bites as a lot of these other anglers.
Ooh. Oh my God! It's a 5-pounder, dude. Gosh. Yeah. 5-pound smallmouth. Ah!
Take a look at this to the left of Chris Saldane. Big smallmouth.
That was a giant. That was a St. Lawrence River smallie.
Well, that was a good one. Made a splash. Oh, it's a disappointment right there.
There were more than one.
Bites have just been few and far between, even though he's had good weights, and definitely has a chance to win this thing, but cannot afford to lose him when you're not getting as many bites.
Yeah, if you're just getting 7 or 8 bites a day, keeper fish, then you hurts to see a good one go.
Those smallmouth. You're going to lose a few of those. There's nothing you can do about it. When they jump like that, it's just going to happen sometimes. You just don't want it to be on Championship Sunday.
Oh. Just saw Jeff Gustafson.
Here we go, hooked up again.
That's a big one. Stay on there. Stay on there. Oh, stay, please. Oh, man, that's big. Don't jump. Don't jump. No. Oh, my gosh, stay on there. Oh, that's a giant brownie. Gosh. That's her twin sister right there, man. Gosh, I just had one on this big. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my gosh. We got past that first jump. Dude, that one I just had on was just as big. Giant.
Come on, brother.
Stay on there, girl. Oh, there's like 4 down there with it. Ah. Oh my gosh. Jake, get that tight right there. You see that? There's like 3 or 4 with it. Oh my gosh. I gotta walk the dog. I gotta get this fish in the boat, man. Stay out of those rocks. Oh my gosh, dude. Stay out of those rocks. Just got real shallow right there. Stay on there, please. Stay on there. Stay on there. Gosh, that's a heavy fish, dude. Oh. Oh my gosh, I cannot take it off the bottom. Please stay on there.
We saw a lot of this last week, but I guess I'd forgotten about it a little bit. It takes
Yeah.
a long time to land these big smallmouth.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the rhythm of the day changed last week to this week so dramatically. I mean, these largemouths come in at about 15 seconds. Seems like 15 minutes sometimes for a big smallmouth.
I pulled them off the spot. Gosh, there's a bunch with it. Stay on there, please. Please stay on there. Stay on there for me. There's a leader. Stay on there. Stay on there. Ah. Oh, stay on there. Stay, girl. Stay. Please stay put. Oh, come here. Come here. Stay. 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 No. Stay. Stay. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh. Yes, sir.
Ooh, wow.
Yes, that's a big smallie. Yes.
That is a huge smallmouth.
Goodness.
That's a big one. Dude, there were like 4 or 5 with it, all that big. Let's win this thing on smallmouth. Look at that thing. Whew. Giant smallie. Giant smallie.
Come on, baby.
That's a big smallmouth. That's all of 4. Yes. Dude, there's a ton of them, man, with it. We got to catch them all, bub. Dude, there were 4 or 5 with it, and I just lost one that big. Catch 20 pounds of smallies? Why not? Got all day. Keep that sun out.
How can you not enjoy
They need to go
that?
right
Oh
back
my
to that
gosh,
rock.
that was a battle. That was a battle that, and just even made even more dramatic. In fact, he just lost
Yes.
one that size right before, and he says there's more down there. So
The one he just lost right before that looked just as big.
good question. Why not win this thing on smallie? Catch about 20 pounds smallies. Might take a little more than that even, but you never can tell.
I don't know why you wouldn't just win it on smallmouth.
Yeah, I can't think of a good argument against it at all. Chris Zaldain, more fireworks today. Man, what a day it has been. The final day, championship day out here. Seen a lot go down at this tournament for sure, and obviously we're far from done, Davey Hyde.
Far from done, no doubt about it. When you see something like that happen, you know how quick things can change. Chris Zaldain has had he's had a great tournament, leading day 1, but he's not been getting a lot of bites. But there you see, when he can get some bites and have the good fortune to put it in the boat, this thing can change. And we've got a lot of fishing left today. And Jamie Hartman put himself definitely in the driver's seat. Guess he's going to have a solid day again today.
All right. Well, we got a special treat for you right now, our Rapala Live Watch. We've got one of our anglers who is not currently fishing out there today, but boy, I tell you what, he has had a great campaign in the state of New York. Scott Canterbury on the road right now, our leader, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Scott, man, congratulations. I know you'd love to be out there fishing today, but you did your best to get there and just fell a little bit short.
I
did. I mean, it was I appreciate everything. It was really a blessed 2 weeks in New York. It's been a really good ride. You know, I mean, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. I found a couple of areas that ended up being one of them was really good for a couple of days. Had to share it with Stetson. We both did really well off of it, and it was a strange deal. I mean, I've never been there before in my life or anything. And the second spot I'm at, the first day of the tournament, I'm out fishing, and Hartman rolls up there, and I think he's caught most of his fish off of the second spot I found. And it's been a really good ride for sure.
Well, Scott, we talk about all the great decision making that goes into a big time effort to win Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and I have to say you have made some outstanding ones this season long. What stands out to you as being big turning points for you in this terrific season that you've had in 2019?
You know, I mean, it's been great all year long. One of the biggest things, you know, the first event of the year at the St. Johns River, we were fishing, and I went locked through and I caught like 12 pounds the first day. I think I was in the 40s or maybe even in the 50s. And the second day I decided I knew I was doing something wrong because I had 2 or 3 schools of fish on a rattle trap that were really loaded up during practice, and then they were gone. So I knew they had gone to the bank or something. I just went fishing shallow that second day and ran into them really good. You know, I caught 26 pounds, I think, that day, and ended up catching 30 on the third day. So, you know, getting the season started off right was a big deal for me. And that was probably the biggest move that I've made all year was doing that. And then we go to Winyah Bay, never been there before. And, you know, I really, really struggled on day 2. And then day 3, I went and fished all new water, got away from everybody, went further up the river, and caught a big bag again. So there's just a few moves that I've made, and it's really worked out for me. Sometimes it works out for you and you get to ride that momentum train, and sometimes it doesn't. So hopefully I can keep it going.
So Scott, early in the year, people talk about Angler of the Year, and I realize that fishermen, a lot of the anglers don't even want to talk about Angler of the Year because there's so much fishing left to go.
You know, yesterday didn't go good, but it's been really good.
But now with only one regular season event left, have you done the math? Have you calculated what kind of finish you need for the final regular event and then maybe in the AOY championship?
Yeah. You're right about that. I mean, you know, it's in everybody's mind. No, I haven't. I mean, I know I've got a little bit of a lead going into that, you know, the final regular season event, and then we have the AOY championship. So, you know, I mean, I want to, you know, I'm going to go out. There's no, you know, I don't believe in playing no prevent defense or anything like college football teams do in the fourth quarter and let teams come back or anything. I want to go out and try to win every tournament. I'm going to do the same thing at Fort Gibson. I'm going to go out and catch as much as I can catch every day. You know, people talk about swinging for the fences. Well, I go out and I try to catch as much as I can every day. And, you know, that's the way I'm going to go into that event as well. So, you know, it is in my mind for sure, but it's everybody's, you know, everybody that fishes, it's everybody's dream for sure.
Scott Canterbury, thanks for showing us an inspirational season here in 2019. Scott Canterbury making some miles, heading back home with obviously 1 month away on his mind as we wrap her up at Fort Gibson Lake there in Oklahoma. Very different sort of environment here, and something tells me Scott will be ready for that one.
Oh, he will be. It's not a surprise to me or anyone that knows the caliber of fisherman that Scott Canterbury is for him to be leading or in the hunt for Angler of the Year here on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. He's a very good angler and very diverse. He's shown that all year. Smallmouth, largemouth, spotted bass, he can do it all.
Well, the race tightened up just a little bit yesterday as Scott, as we said, just barely missed getting into the top 10. Drew Cook made it in. How much tighter can it get? Depends on what Drew Cook is able to do during the course of Championship Sunday here. Chris Zaldain. Boy, I can't wait to get back out to Chris as he tries to mount a campaign to have some heroics of his own on this Championship Sunday. Bill Lowen made some ground up this week as well.
gave a little back, then gained it back again. So it's
gosh, this is my starting spot. I've been catching big largemouth here. Just got back here about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. The first thing I noticed was the alewives. I've been saying it all week. Once that bait fish comes in and just scrapes up against this ledge and this point, it just goes off. I mean, everything's down there. Bluegill, rock bass, yellow perch, smallmouth, largemouth. I rolled up here 20 minutes ago and I noticed the bait. I went 3 for 3 casts. The first one I hooked, big smallmouth came up and jumped it, 4 or 5 pounder. Second cast in there, I caught one, 4.5 or so. Next cast, I hook one, another big one, it comes off. The spot's firing right now. As I reeled that big one in, there was 4 or 5 with it. But these smallmouth on these Finger Lakes, they move from point to point, so I got to stay on top of them. Gosh, man, got to capitalize on those bites.
Well, if you're just joining us right now, Chris Zaldain on this championship Sunday, the morning. So had not had anything really of note happening. It's very, very slow for him, no big size. And then this happens right there. Got hooked up with a giant smallmouth. You saw that by his estimation, a 5-pounder.
Here we go again.
Just a couple of casts later. And this one stayed on for a good long fight. And boy, look at the size of that one. That's the kind it takes. That's the kind it will take for Chris Zaldain.
Yeah, we had to skip from the hook set to the landing because it took about 5 minutes. Those big smallmouth, they fight. He had it on the spinning rod, light line, but fortunately for Chris Zaldain, he got that one in. That first one was equally as big, just as big, maybe a little bigger, and it jumped off. Heard him say that he had one other bite there that I think he missed, so hopefully he'll get a few more and be able to put them in the boat. But you're going to lose a few of those big smallmouth like that. That's why everyone enjoys fishing for them, because it's a challenge to put them in the boat.
And as he was fighting that big one there, he kept telling the cameraman, Jake, to look at that sonar, but there's just plenty more good ones down there too.
3/8 ounce head. Got to get up there a little closer. Come on, baby. That's the cast right over rock, right there.
Chris talked about it a lot on day 2 when we were with him, using not only his map, his Bassmaster mapping, but his 2D sonar and his mega imaging, but also 360 imaging to line up these places.
I could cast straight upwind and just bring that spark shed straight down the ledge with the wind, so I don't have a bow in my line, so I can feel these bites. They're down there in 35 to 40.
Boy, it's still slick as glass where Jamie Hartman's at.
My goodness.
Oh, there's the rock. Yellow perch.
Right there on this drop shot.
Well, Chris Zaldain could land another one quickly that size, big smallmouth like the one he just caught. He's only got 4, so that would get him much, much closer to our leader. And there sits our leader right there, Jamie Hartman, in that very, very calm water, who was almost knocked out 20 pounds on this day and got it started very, very early.
Whether it's bait or just whatever kind of grass is down there, they're liking it.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that he started off with this morning. He caught a little over 6-pounder yesterday afternoon, late in the day, to get him in this championship Sunday round. Started off this morning where he left off yesterday afternoon.
That's a 6.5, baby.
6.5.
Let's get it started.
Pound New York largemouth. It certainly is the kind of fish that he knew he would need to have a chance to take the lead today.
That's a 6.5.
Like you said, have said multiple times this week, Davey, those are the game changers here. The big ones like that certainly reverse a guy's fortunes big time, or put him in forward, I should say.
Yeah, we saw some other anglers catch those, 5 to 6. Even an 8-pounder was caught on day one by Derek Hudnall. But you come to a great fishery like this, you're going to have to separate yourself from a lot of other great fishermen with fish like that. And to catch a 6-pounder on day 3 and one on day 4 is certainly what you want to do if you're Jamie Hartman. Caught those first fish on a crankbait, and then the sun got a little higher in the sky. Switched up to a drop shot and culled out, I think, 3 fish that he caught on a crankbait with the drop shot. He talked about the drop shot right here. The landing percentage, the hookup ratio was one of the main reasons that he loves to throw a drop shot so much. But hey, I think he'll start liking a crankbait a little more after today.
Look at the way his progression has gone. With each day, he has gained 3 pounds in his total. At the point he was at 22 pounds. The best on day number 3. Like we say, if he could do it again, he'll be at 25. And man, oh man,
look out!
We're gonna have a tight one at the end of the day.
Pretty familiar to Gunnersville. 46th after day 1, moved up to 17th on day 2, and then moved to 10th in top spot. A little bigger jump from day 2 to day 3 this week, though.
The champion from Lake Gunnersville, and again coming from 10th place on that final day. Seen that twice so far this season. Jamie Hartman on top. Jeff Gustafson got himself a limit finally and got himself right back there, very close to Jamie, between Jamie, in fact, and Brandon Lester, another guy with 20 pounds, from the 10th spot early this morning. Had all the action you could stand today, and we fully expect plenty more on the way from Cayuga Lake here on Bassmaster Live.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here.
As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/BASS to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha VMAX SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a VMAX SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover VMAX SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
My word, is this interesting today. This final championship Sunday of the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake. Union Springs, New York is our headquarters. That's where the weigh-in is coming up at 3 p.m. But man, what we have seen so far and what we are likely to see before the end of the day. You talk about the balance beam of competitive advantage. Now, Jamie Hartman and Jeff Gustafson both have limits now. So their 1.25 pound difference is a lot more meaningful than it was an hour ago. And who else has joined the party? How about Chris Zaldain? If you're just joining us, this is what happened in the last 30 minutes. That was a 5-pounder. He said came off right in front of his eyes right there. A couple of casts later, this.
Yeah, Chris Zaldain, day one leader, so he's definitely been around the right size fish. Problem for Chris has been the number of fish. But hey, you weigh in 5, I'm all about targeting those bigger fish, but you need to be able to put 5 of them in the boat, losing that one big one, but then he turned right around and catches another. I don't know, that's a big smallmouth, between 4 and 5 pounds. You know, I'm guessing 4 1/4, 4 1/2. He needs to get a few more of those bites, and he'll certainly have a chance.
And this was moments ago.
Stay on there, stay on there. Oh gosh, another big one. Stay on there. Oh gosh, stay on there. No. Stay. Ooh, big brown one. Big brown one. Stay on there, please. Don't jump. Oh, jeez. Look at them, dude. Oh, there's so many down there. They want to go on that flat. Both of them just went straight to the 18-foot flat. Here it comes. Stay, girl, stay. I need you. No. Oh, stop pulling. Dude, look at the graph, lit. Oh, stay on there. He ain't that big. He ain't that huge. He ain't that big. Not at all. Not big at all. I thought it was bigger than that, guys. 2 1/2. 2 1/4. Or 2.
Right, again, that was during our break there. A little bit smaller than what he had first eyeballed there on that one, but I'll tell you what, he's moving the needle, and that's important.
He's moving up, that's all you can ask.
All the way up into 4th place now is Chris Zaldain. Still got a pretty good deficit to 3rd place Brandon Lester. A couple of those big 4 or 5 pound smallmouth though would...
I'm seeing them out here in 40 feet of water, one here, one there. But I'm trying to cast this 3-inch spark shad just right on that rock edge. There's one little rock right there. Rock pile, I should say. Every time I tick it, I get a yellow perch bite or a bluegill bite or just, and the smallmouth are around. Just moving off and on that rock and then roaming out here. I don't see any bait right now. That's the key. It's when that bait swipes up against that ledge, it's on. That should be.
Conditions setting up a lot more like what David Mullins wanted them to be.
David Mullins with a good one, a 5-pounder in the boat today. Currently sitting though in 7th place. He likely going to need a couple more in that range during the course of today.
There we go.
Oh, he's got the back hook. He's got the back hook.
Decent, huh?
It does. I see the whole crankbait. Looks like it's 6 inches out in front of the fish.
All right.
Here we go. Good solid one.
Yeah.
Hang on just a sec. Little chunker. We finally got one. Thank you for letting me fish here. How many is that?
That's 4.
4. Oh yeah. There might be more than one there because I had like 3 bites and then that one locked it down. I don't know if it's the same fish chasing it or. You would kick it that way just a little bit.
Fish moving him up to 6 on a fish.
There might be several there.
I picked him up one spot ahead of Corey Johnston. Drew Cook hooked up. Nope.
Stay hooked up, please. God, I barely got it. It's a freaking giant.
Big head shake. You could see his rod.
God, you see how.
Try to stay with the Drew Benton camera as long as we can. Sometimes when we tiny move, tiny tilt up with it, things get better, and there we go.
Oh my gosh.
He got him.
I watched that one.
Benson's hooked up too. Wow, it's picking up.
Yeah, it is. Things are firing in Cayuga Lake.
I ain't got him yet. Oh, he come off. Oh.
We've all been there. Nobody likes to have that happen to you.
Oh, no. Bad day. Never a good day for that. Try to get an update on what happened with the Drew Cook fish, and here we go.
Dang it.
I don't know if Stetson broke off or he just pulled off.
But he watched him eat it.
Things seem to be picking up a lot better for some of these other anglers. Jamie Hartman hasn't scored lately. Not anything that would help him anyway.
Like Drew Cook fish, apparently, according to Bass Track, was a 3.5 pounder, and
okay,
bumped him up to 8th place, right behind Corey Johnston.
Wasn't even gonna do this stuff today. Yeah, we're looking for the big bites. We need another big bite bad. And put me at rest for a little while anyway. I ain't gonna let off, but man, I just need to throw it in front of the right fish here. I believe if I do, he will bite it, so.
There goes your buddy. That's what we always say
I
now,
think
isn't
if
it?
we kept
Right?
some of that wind this morning, we could have got it done pretty quick. But we picked up the drop shot and upgraded twice already, I think. At least twice. I think it's twice. Yeah. We got about 19 and a half, somewhere's right in there. Oh gosh, man. 23, 24. It is, because I've got that 6.5 in there, so yes, it is. If I can just get them quality bite. I've got the filler fish today. See, here's the deal. Each day I've been getting one or two big fish and don't get the filler fish. Like I weighed 22.2 yesterday and I had a 2.29 in the box. You know, so today I've got the filler fish already. I've got them 3-plussers. And I've only got one big one right now. It's not a horrible problem, but you know, I have upgraded in this stretch with some big fish each day, and if I can stick another one of them big 5s, or you know, 2 quality 4s, big 4s, then I'm gonna be right where I want to be. Definitely. And if it isn't, oh well, I mean, I did my job, but right now I need another big fish. I've got a 2.6 in the box, and we got 19.5 pounds with a 2.6, so if we can replace that one, then I'll be right where I want to be.
Seth Fighter to his left there, quietly been keeping the status quo, staying about where he started today, actually in a tie with Chris Zaldain. Both of them have 71 pounds and 2 ounces as it stands right now.
I just can't stop thinking about the way this lake is fishing so differently, and you know, the lake being at its deepest point, 435 feet, the wind affects this lake differently than anywhere else that I know of like this, and I haven't talked to anyone that thinks that they've really got it all figured out about what the wind does. But we've seen several times what a north wind does to this lake. It will really slow it down. But Jamie Hartman was catching those fish on a crankbait. The sun came out high. He caught a couple on a drop shot, but he slowed down, and you see the guys that know that it's fishing differently, the David Mullins and Drew Cook, the crankbait bite is picking up with high sunny skies and no wind. You just think, man, if Jamie Hartman would pick a crankbait up, but it goes against everything that you learned.
No, son, don't shake your rod, son.
It's just fishing so different, so different.
Angles are everything. I mean, it's got to be that angle.
Zaldain said, you know, yesterday that little bait fish he was keying on. A big part of his research, his preparation for this tournament, was identifying the bait fish he thought made a difference in where the big fish are found. It was the alewife, and he couldn't find one of them yesterday, and he said he's seeing a few of them today. More than a few in some place.
Day one, he said he saw a lot of them and had that, you know, day one later, well, 24 something.
Has he got it yet?
So just did a little research, and they stock a lot of other fish in this lake.
I just wrote a blog on that, Davey.
Tell us a little bit about
60,000 lake trout, 25,000 brown trout, and 40,000 Atlantic salmon, let alone in the tributaries. There's 140 streams, and they put 50,000 rainbow trout in them, and they'll spend a year in the stream and then go live in the lake and go back to spawn. But, you know, you remarked that maybe that's in part why the fish look so healthy. They're eating these trout and Atlantic salmon.
I'm sure they do.
Well, that's what that fellow was holding up yesterday. I thought it was one of those landlocked kokanee kind of. It was sort of.
That's what made me look that up.
Yeah.
Of course, there's the alewives. There's goby have been in there at least a decade or around a decade or so. They had a goby kill on the lake a couple years ago.
From the cold?
No, it was a fish disease specific to goby.
Old goby flu.
Yeah, gobyitis. TH Marine Weather Watch. Fair and 68 degrees. How much more perfect could it be? The wind not out of the north, south-southeast at 2 miles an hour, and not much of it. Fair skies. Jamie Hartman said he thought it was just going to remain like this for the rest of the day as far as the skies go, as far as the available sunlight for these fish and these anglers.
Well, I've been clicking on the weather, and it changed from partly cloudy to sunny for a minute there. but the winds is only going to top out at 5 miles an hour, according to this Union Springs report. And he was saying it could get near 10, so Jimmy
now-
Hartman was.
I want to know what fair is.
That's what I was going to say. Not partly cloudy.
That
not
wasn't
partly
on my
sunny,
list of
but
cloudiness
fair.
descriptions.
What eighth
Yeah,
of a
you know,
percentage of
yesterday
something
was
is fair?
terrible for this offshore, deep, 35 to 40 foot depths. It's, when it's cloudy like that, cloudy still, north wind, anything with clouds when it's dark on a clear water fishery, they just get scattered. They don't relate to much. They just cruise around. I mean, they could just cruise wherever they want to cruise. They're not placed on the cover. When the sun pops out, they're on structure. I mean, that's where everything lives. They stick to these ledges, rock piles. They tuck in real tight, so you could call your shots. There's the waypoint is right there. I'm going to cast to that waypoint and catch a fish. When it's cloudy out, there's the waypoint. The fish could be all around, and it's just you're not as efficient. So we've got sun and wind. Someone's going to crack a big bag. When I rolled up here about 30, 40 minutes ago, now there's a ball of bait under the boat. 30, 40 minutes ago, like in 3 casts, I had 4+ pound smallmouths on each cast. One jumped off, I landed one, and the other one I never saw came off. When you're hooking them down there in 35, 40 feet of water, whew, and a small little swim bait hook, it's hard to get penetration through there and keep them buttoned. But I'm just trying to make this repetitive cast to this rock pile, then a ledge comes down. And I'm looking on 360, I'm seeing these balls of bait coming in from this way. There's a ball of bait out in front, and once that bait sweeps up against that rock, just everything goes nuts on it underwater. The first 2 mornings I've been starting right here, throwing that underspin, that Z-spin head on, for largemouth, catching 5s and 6s. And yesterday, of course, it sucked, clouds. Today it's picking back up, but I'll take them brown or green either way. I like fishing this offshore stuff. The first time we were here in August, Todd Faircloth and I did work right in that weed line right there in that bay. And I know what lives here. I know what moves in and moves out. I mean, numerous 20-pound bags just come in and out, swim in, swim out. You just kind of have to find little spots where they stop and feed. The Cayuga is an awesome lake because there's so many bass in this place, but you're constantly having to re-find them because they move so much.
Gustafson, I think, got his limit, and he's had that for a while now. It's been really pretty slow for Jeff.
It has been 12 pounds. I still think, I mentioned this morning, that he needs to get to that 15-pound mark today.
Give us a time frame from when those voices start coming into his head that you mentioned earlier this morning.
I think if not now, before we'll be back from our midday break. Okay. You just can't help but it happen. And
right.
Especially if you haven't won an Elite Series tournament yet, you start just start thinking, what do I need to do? Do I need to go look for some new water? Do I need to change baits? Or do I just need to be patient and these bigger fish show up for me later in the day? All those things start going on in your mind.
You didn't happen to discuss Lake Lanier with him, did you?
Oh, no. I wouldn't go there with him.
Right.
I didn't realize that it
in his head, right?
I didn't realize it had messed with him mentally as much as it sounded like it did for him to lead that first day earlier this year at Lake Lanier and then have a very tough second day. Guys got enough going on in their head to
Oh, yeah.
certainly don't need Davey trying to prog them a little bit about what about the time you didn't catch them?
Think about this while you're out there tomorrow. Yeah. Just saw on the crawl at the bottom of the leaderboard the Phoenix Boats big bass of the tournament. If you've not checked that up, that was Derek Hudnall with an 8-1. An 8-1 northern largemouth is a thing of beauty.
Probably ate a few rainbow trout in his day, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe even some of those Atlantic salmon. I don't know.
Yeah.
Brown trout they put in here, according to Such.
Absolutely.
Lakers.
An incredible fish, 8-pound, 1 ounce largemouth bass in August. You know, it's not like it's pre-spawn.
Yeah. Well, what changes we have seen in the course of about 3 hours here on Bassmaster Live. They've been out there fishing for 4.5 hours. Jeff Gustafson started the day with a 4-pound, 5-ounce lead over the rest of the field. Brandon Lester caught 20 pounds, zoomed to the top of the leaderboard, and while that was going on, Jamie Hartman was landing a 6.5-pounder to anchor a limit that he's got now that's put him on top. Coming from the middle of the pack there. Of course, Lester coming from 10th place, which you hear the sort of tense violins anytime you mention 10th place now.
Yes.
Among these guys on the last day. Been one from 10th place the last 2 events. David Mullins caught a big one early this morning. Corey Johnston trying to hang in there. Drew Cook trying to gain some points in the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year race he's got going on with Scott Canterbury. We've talked to both of those anglers today and watched Drew in action. Drew's got to get it going a little bit more. Chris Zaldane starting to maybe take a new direction and get something lit up here today. Look at that good one there from Mullins. Yeah, nice stuff.
That's how you make up ground.
So different from day 3, Davey.
It certainly is, but I will guarantee you we're going to see a couple more big fish this afternoon. It is going to be very interesting. It's far from over.
All right, Facebook Live coming up at 11:40, and we'll be back in an hour. Bassmaster Live.
That's a 6.5, baby. Let's get it started. Yes. Oh my God. That's a 6.5. We are on the right track, baby.
Whatever it was, I did have them stuck for a second, but
we're gonna bypass the plant. We're gonna go straight to our money pipe.
Straight to that concrete.
Yeah. And the gnarly stuff. No bait, no fun, man. That's period. It's how it's been all week. Gotta have it. There's that plug.
so I don't know. I mean, let's say I'll say right there at 21. You know, give or take an ounce or two. Yeah. Yeah.
A 6.
Phew. I know.
Okay, we need this one. He's not that big, but he's a helper, I think. I thought it was a 4-pounder when it first came up. Come on. Yeah, 2 3/4. Number 3.
Ooh, look at those.
It's the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Bassmaster Live, and we are back and ready to go. The final deciding 3 hours of fishing for 10 anglers left on Championship Sunday. Cayuga Lake here in the Finger Lakes region of western New York. Man, oh man, we have had fireworks on this day. It has been a memorable first half of the day for fishing. Lots of changes up and down the leaderboard. Hats off to Jeff Gustafson for doing what it took to get a 4-pound, 5-ounce lead to start this day. But things have shifted, to say the least, Davey Hyde, as we head into our Toyota midday report, and we'll kick it off with Chris Zaldane.
Well, things have been certainly going this morning, and Chris Zaldane has got a little slower start than he did, especially the first 2 days of this tournament. He started out on fire, had 25 pounds the first day, and caught all those fish just in the first 2 hours of his day. Second day was good again. Started off with a 5.5 pounder, a 4.5 pounder, just on fire. Yesterday the day was slower for him, and this morning started off slow for him also. But a little later in the day, he said he wanted the sun and he wanted a light ripple. You see him lose this giant smallmouth, 4 or 5 pounder. And then the very next cast, he hooks up another giant smallmouth. The conditions were right. He's fishing 30 to 40 feet deep, finesse fishing with a swim bait, and you see he landed this one. It only takes 5 of those to be able to hold that trophy over your head this afternoon. Chris Zaldane in a great position to be able to overtake Gussie's lead, because he's had a little struggles today. But about 2 or 3 casts later, he hooked up with another one about this size. He said, we did not see that fish, but he hooked up with another big one, and unfortunately it got off. You just can't afford to lose fish when you're not getting this many bites. A little later, the same area with the same bait, he caught this 2.5, 3 pound smallmouth. But losing those 2 big ones really hurt Chris Zaldane. Hopefully he'll get some more opportunities this afternoon.
Well, the number 10 gate on this racetrack has been pretty important the last 2 events. Our winners came from the 10th spot all the way to the top to win the tournaments. Brandon Lester started in 10th place today, and were we seeing it happen all over again? Like no time flat, he had 20 pounds.
It was definitely the Brandon Lester show this morning, and it was hard for me to believe that. Is this going to happen again? The last 2 tournaments have been won by the angler that qualified in 10th place. The very last place that you can be in to qualify to fish on Championship Sunday, and Brandon Lester was in that spot, and he was certainly lights out this morning. It was the Brandon Lester show. Using a vibrating jig, he said, I've got an area where I caught 2 good ones yesterday afternoon on a vibrating jig. I'm just going to start there this morning. And are we glad he did? I'm sure he is glad he did. Good quality fish, every single one of them on a vibrating jig, up in grass about 4 to 6 or 7 feet deep. And he just was amazed himself. You could hear him saying, oh my goodness, I can't believe this. It's another one. And they got bigger and bigger. In about the first hour, he caught 20 pounds.
Gosh. Freaking mule, dude. I don't know what's happening right now, but I'm liking it. Oh my gosh. Yes! Boom! Look at that. That's the biggest one I've caught all week. Yes!
Saving the best for last. Brandon Lester right there. Seth Fider, one of the anglers coming in, could not wait for this tournament to get started. Had so much confidence, had so much anticipation to be able to do exactly what he loves to do and flip in grass.
It was good to be able to talk to Seth Fider right before this tournament started. A lot of these anglers have busy schedules and they're not able to go pre-fish. Seth Fider said, I came here and spent 4 days before the off limits. I feel great about this tournament. I feel at home flipping a jig. Shallow milfoil, 6 to 10, 12 feet deep. I've got about 30 or 40 spots that I feel confident in. Hey, I felt so good the first day of practice, I called my wife and told her to go buy a plane ticket and watch me win this thing on Sunday. He stayed in the hunt, but while we were away, he made up some ground. He's definitely within reach now, unofficially moved up to 3rd place.
Yeah, just over 2.5 pounds behind our leader, Jamie Hartman, is Seth Fider. And got a couple of fish that kind of perked him up a little bit this morning, and the sun came out, and I think that did his state of mind a lot of good too.
He did well on the first day, but it was the first day he'd really pressured his fish. It was cloudy on that day. He did well, but he's been praying for the sun every day since then. He's getting it this afternoon.
Jeff Gustafson again hats off to Jeff for putting himself in the position he has. Solid first 3 days of fishing for Gustafson, but there's a lot of pressure on the leader, and I don't know if that had anything to do with the results he's gotten, but it was slow for him this morning.
It was definitely slow for him this morning. Slow for him yesterday, and I'm still a little concerned. I spoke about this a little bit yesterday. He had a great tournament day yesterday to be able to maintain that lead, even increase that lead by just a little bit. He fished very efficiently. We have not seen him lose a fish. My concern is, he said, I've got 4 or 5 spots that I've been rotating on. Well, this is day 4. He's been rotating on those same spots, and those bigger fish don't seem to be replenishing. He's able to catch him a limit. Yesterday was a smaller limit than the first 2 days. Today's an even smaller limit than yesterday. I hope some of those bigger fish move up on those places for Gussie this afternoon. He's had a great tournament, no doubt about it, no matter what happens, but he's going to need to be able to increase the weight on that limit. He needs, in my opinion, I said this morning, he needs about 15 pounds to really have a chance. He's at 13.10 unofficially, and that's why he's in second place.
Could still very well hold that tournament at the end of the day and be the first Canadian ever to win on the Elite Series. Jamie Hartman was the big shot across the bow for all of these anglers. First thing this morning, how about that fish?
Well, that's certainly the way you want to get it going. It means so much to get a 6.5 pounder in your live well. You're going to have that big fish to give you a legitimate chance to have 20 couple pounds, and I think he'll have to have over 20 pounds because he started with that deficit this morning. The 6.5 pounder in a live well, immediately I knew, hey, Jamie Hartman's got a chance to win his second elite tournament in the last 3 events. He won at Gunnersville just 2 events ago. He did it the same way, coming from behind on the final day. He got it going this morning with a crankbait. Slick, calm, not the conditions you typically think somebody's going to break out a crankbait and do so well so early, but he absolutely did that this morning with the crankbait. And then when the sun came out, he switched up to a drop shot and started increasing that weight just 1/2 pound at a time, getting rid of some of those 2 3/4, replacing them with 3 1/4, 3.5 pounders. That's what's bumped him all the way up to just a little over 20. A guy that came in this event originally from New York, he lives in Arkansas now, but from New York, said, I fished here at Cayuga a lot, but I've never had any success here. I've never done any good here. Well, his mind might change this afternoon if he's able to hold a second blue trophy over his head.
The rest of these anglers say you had to do it now. You had to do it on this one right here. Jamie Hartman with a really good shot at the trophy, but there's a lot of business and a lot of issues to be settled before we get to the end of the day. Weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. this afternoon on Bassmaster.com. There's Seth Feider, who has gotten his day back sort of on track and got some momentum going right now, so we'll keep our eyes on Seth. That is for sure. Our Humminbird Lay of the Lake will now take us as we work our way down to the south. And there's Chris Saldane, Jeff Gustafson. I guess we're going north, aren't we, Dave?
We are going
north. Sorry. Yeah.
And it's amazing to me. You see Chris Saldane and Gustafson, and then Drew Cook, Stetson Blaylock, Cliff Prince has moved a little farther south than where he was most of the morning. David Mullins, Corey Johnson, Brandon Lester, Jamie Hartman, all up there, right in that general area takeoff, where most of the anglers have spent most.
Mentioned that day before yesterday. And also interesting to hear Scott Canterbury say Jamie Hartman's kind of working that place that he worked to death over the first couple of days, and Jamie has found some fish.
We are looking for one bite, though. One big bite right now. 12:09. I'm gonna call it 3 hours. We got just less than 3 hours to get a 5+ pound bite. And I know they're here, man. I know they're here. Just got to put it in front of them and wiggle it the right way. I seem to be doing that because they're eating it.
One and two, Hartman and Gustafson.
We've got the
Gustafson hooked up.
Saw that one on the screen. Feels good. Oh yeah, that's a real one.
Big smallmouth.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. We need this one. Oh, come on. Yes. That's a helper. Oh, sweet.
Out of 2.5.
Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna fish like 50 yards here. Yeah. All right, that was a bonus. I got a little tree up in front of me that I'm going to fish, and this one just kind of showed up. 3.5. Getting rid of number 4.
Should be the lead now for Jeff Gustafson by a couple of ounces.
Oh, no, great.
Big
All the things are falling off.
Turning point for sure.
That's number 3. Actually, we're gonna fizz this guy quick.
Fish care going on right there. So take another look at this good one. He said this one's for real. He knew it pretty quickly.
He sure did. And couldn't have said any more true statement than this is the one that I need, and he certainly needed that.
Day before yesterday, he threatened to head to a smallmouth spot and make that a part of his overall game plan. And maybe this is the place he was talking about, Davey, this tree that was up ahead of him. And
it may be. It's surprising on, there is a fair amount of wood, I guess.
Smallmouths are showing up a little bit
on
here,
this upper end where the water is much shallower.
We're getting called out 3 fish and just got a pretty good one, so we're picking away. We are picking away. That's about all I can do. But I got, I don't know, another 3 or 4 places where I saw some smallmouths in the last day of practice, so hopefully I can just get lucky and drive over top of another one. I'm actually going up to a little tree up here where hopefully there'll be one, and that last fish, I just actually saw it on the screen and dropped down and caught it, so. Thank you.
well, that one's just registered with Bass Track now, and yes, he is 2 ounces ahead. Jamie Hartman, wow, we have got the game is on. The battle is on. Jamie Hartman tells us he knows they're there. He just got to catch one really key one, or as Gussie's doing, picking away.
I'm sure he knows he's got a chance. He knows that. Like I've talked about, you have a target weight, and he knows that if he's got 20 pounds a day, he'll have a chance. Just curious to know if he thinks he's within 2 ounces. I had the lead for a couple hours, and now just 2 ounces out of the lead. Seth Fighter not far behind either. I mean, he does not have a big fish in his live well, and he's just 2.5 pounds back.
His last really big one, I guess, came on day number 1.
Yes.
So he's
the only angler up there without a legit 5.5, 6 pounder.
There's Seth Fighter, as you say, Davey, down at the south end of the lake, which was not very productive yesterday. Of course, we had that north wind piling up water down there.
Exactly. Steve Kennedy down there on day 2 after a good day 1, and it was real slow for him on day 2. But
it's hard not to want to. I can just see beautiful grass up in here, and it's hard not to go in there and just start flipping. But I just gotta just stick with what I'm doing, I think.
And it's so interesting that Seth Fighter has not led this tournament, but he has managed, he has saved areas and spots, had them planned day in and day out. He told me after day 1, on Sunday, I'm going to fish the southern end. I got some stuff that I'm not going to touch until Sunday. Wow. You would think by yesterday he would have just I've got to go. But he has had a plan all week long, and he's sticking to it. Good shot there of Gussie's helix unit. Down imaging, 2D, and side imaging all going on one screen. Really couldn't draw it up any better the tournament last week, and from start to finish, the catching and the way it came right down to the wire, and the 10th place qualifier winning. From a viewer's perspective,
Sure.
I'm sure Chris Johnson would draw it up differently, but but today's going to be just as good. I mean, any one of those 4 anglers right there catch a 5 or 6 pounders, and I think one of them will, and that's going to be your winner.
Mm-hmm. Brandon Lester's been a while. I think his last keeper came at 7:47 a.m.
Okay, next spot.
A good one.
A little farther up.
What happens when you mess around and catch 20 pounds in the first hour? It's just so hard to upgrade.
Yeah, you just, you're a
good problem.
The bar gets way higher after that.
Good problem to have. Do we know what Fighter's smallest one is, Sue Trani?
Yeah, 2 pound 5 ounce on Bass Track. So
he catch a 5.5, 6 pounder.
5.5 like he had on day one, and he is making up that 2 pound 13 ounce deficit.
Bacon, come on. Let me rest easy.
Here's one thing I do know: all 4 of those guys
Just a 5,
smell
bro.
it.
That's all I'm asking.
They
for.
know
Just
that
a
they're in
big,
position
right?
with a big fish. All 4 of the ones
I ain't
we
asked
just had on
for one all week,
full
man.
box.
I need one now. Just need a big 5. I do not think we're going to leave this area at all, though. I think we're going to camp out, man, and just try to pitch it in front of the right one. That's all it's going to come down to, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, but I'm around them. I know I'm around them. And you can't fish an area like this out. Not when it's flat like this.
Seth Fighter couldn't be any more at home fishing boat docks and shallow grass.
So we're
Is
going
that
to
Minnetonka or what?
Oh my God!
That sunshine is
all over.
pretty freaking warm.
This is the first event this year in the regular season of the Elite Series we've seen Fighter on camera. We've had him almost every single day. But his season's been great. 22nd at St. John's, 26th at Lanier. He got 15th at the Classic, 24th at Hartwell, 38th at Winyah, his only missed cut. 12th at Fork, 11th at Gunnersville, and 28th in Waddington last week. So his worst finish is 3 places below the cut line.
Wow.
Everybody seems to want to stop and fish right here.
With all those good finishes, he's still 8th in AOI standings.
That's why to win Toyota Angler of the Year, you're going to earn it.
Oh man,
you are going to earn it.
Yeah, you gotta be above and beyond.
Yeah, the past couple of years we've had guys make AOI champs make 6 top finishes.
Well, I'm going to stay on the smallmouth hunt a few more stops here, and then probably go hard on the places where I've caught these big ones the first couple days for the last hour and a half, 2 hours. If I can get one big one now, I'm going to be in pretty good shape, I think. Hopefully. This is stressful.
Almost 15 pounds in the boat for Jeff
If it's going to
Gustafson.
go down, this is where I feel it's going to happen. I don't know what they're doing up there, but
Quick reset for Seth Fighter.
He didn't save this area for Sunday for no reason.
No. Something told him
this is
the winter spot
where he thinks he has the best chance to catch the biggest bag of the week.
Hey, Davey, that's interesting what Gustafson said there about the pressure of leading on the final day. We've heard other guys say, "Oh, I'm in position. I'm 10th, or I'm 4th. I'm within striking range. I don't have that pressure of being the leader." I'm sure you've experienced that.
Oh, definitely so. You just don't want to be the guy that lost the lead. You just don't want to be that guy. Everybody wants to win. You want to win whether,
first, 10th, yeah.
First or 10th, but for some reason, I think the competitive nature in all of us, it's the extra blow to the gut if you lose the lead.
Oh, and it's also the way you don't win it. You know what I'm saying? It's like our last two guys who've had 10th place people come back and beat them. They didn't lose the lead. It was taken from them.
They're fishing relaxed, or what is it?
They just, it's just they've caught
Chris
it. Like
Johnson,
Chris Johnson,
another 20-pound day,
Matt
4 in a
Erie
row.
had like 17 or something like that, or 16. Which on a Gunnersville in June was totally fine.
Jamie Hartman's hooked up. Pickerel.
Wrong color. Right color. Wrong head.
On the final day, knowing you need just one, you get that pickerel on, you think this could be the winning fish, and then no.
Yep, it's going to be 3 minutes wasted. When every minute counts.
Are you still on? Well, I've gotten barraged by messages from a lot of my friends the last couple days, so everyone that's watching, thank you for that. And I'm trying hard. I've actually got there's a sunken boat just up here ahead of me, and just on a sand flat. I dropped a camera down on it the other day and I didn't see any bass on it, but I'm gonna go make a couple casts. It certainly could hold them. It's like a little 14-foot aluminum boat.
Tiny dude.
Full of zebra mussels.
It's supposed to be just 5-pounders in here. Inside edge though.
That one got past the bouncer.
I thought that was gonna be him.
Yes, it did. What Seth just said there, inside edge, though, big key to narrowing down where you're putting your bait. You have to do it. You just have to have your bait in the right high percentage areas, and whether it's inside edge of the grass line, outside edge, or in those thicker clumps, sometimes outside edge where the sparse clumps are, like we say. Some of these anglers, especially Chad Pitkins, talk about yesterday. You can dial in and eliminate the middle and the outside if they're just relating to that inside edge. It's a big deal.
Your Cook has improved his standing a little bit today, but he would like to, I should say, get it on up there, get some maximum points.
All the difference in the world and the angle of it. Might be a good one.
check and see if that one will help him. It's gonna be close.
All right, Drew Cook in the lead, as we've said before today, in the Dick's Sporting Goods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race. Made the cut in the 35th spot last week at the St. Lawrence River. That's how his year's going. A lot of people can point to a lot of 36s and 37s, but Drew has been getting it done. He spent time at the top of the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year leaderboard as well, making that one a tight race.
He's had a great season, no doubt about it.
Got a good lead ahead of the rest of the field going into the last event of the season, so he's got a great outlook, great chance to grab that very important honor, one that you can only win once.
Yep. Wouldn't want to be the first one to win Rookie of the Year twice.
No.
Guess he should be about up to, he said he had a sunken boat up ahead of him that he was wanting to fish around. He looks like he's moved up about as far as he said that boat would be away from him.
Told us also he's got this and maybe a couple of other quick smallmouth stops to make, and then he's going back to the places where he caught the good ones in the first 2 days.
Right.
Saving that for the last hour and a half. I think that's a smart move on his part.
You won't see any quit out of this guy. It's an aggressive finesse technique, you know what I mean?
Take a look at the battle at the top. It may go right down to the last cast of the day. That's the way they shape up, and you can see sort of a reverse trajectory as far as weights go from day one through today. And Jamie Hartman, the arrow moving in the up direction.
Yeah,
Gussie went up on day two, but then he started dropping off.
We were talking this morning about trending, the anglers that are trending, the ones that caught their 20-pound bags on day 2 and day 3, especially pay attention to day 3, because that's when things really turn for a lot of anglers. You can tell we had that north wind that slowed places down, but I think you saw the guys that were just rotating just 1 or 2 places, 2, 3, 4 places. Gussie basically 4 or 5 places. When you start rotating on just a small number of places like that by day 3, and especially on day 4, you've just caught a lot of those fish and they're not replenishing.
Yeah. 2 different pathways to get to this place where they stand just 2 ounces apart. 2.5 hours left to fish. Championship Sunday. Seth Fighter lurking right behind him, looking for his opportunity to jump right in. Some others as well. And jump some big ones and put themselves right into that same conversation.
We've definitely got 4 or 5 anglers right now that could catch a 5-6 pound bass. Not even an 8-1 like Derek Hudnall caught on day 1, but just a nice Cayuga bass, a 5 or 6 pounder could win this thing.
Oh, sweet.
Seeing the smallmouth play a little bigger today as well. Among our 10 anglers out there, and again, there's your leaderboard. Fighter, Lester, Mullins, Zaldane, Drew Cook making a little move up today. Some more moves on the way, and who's going to make the last most important move of the day? We're a long way from knowing that, but it's going to be fun getting there. We'll be right back.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Really?
Go beyond the bedliner and line exit.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang! We should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent field. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original Powerbait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Dream big. Join B.A.S.S.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Cayuga Lake has not disappointed at all. It's been a great place to contest a very important matchup between the best 75 anglers in the world. And we have down to 10 on this final day, and right at the top, a great battle is raging right now between Jeff Gustafson, Jamie Hartman, fighter Lester Mullen, Zaldane, all poised to catch a giant or two and join the fray as well. So we're going to have plenty to watch. Big time race going on all the way to the finish line today, which is 3 p.m. Eastern time. That's when the weigh-in starts here. Bassmaster.com. Definitely want to stick around for that. Surprises will probably continue as that one wears on. It will not take long, and it will be exciting. Hope you can stay for all of that. Thank you for being with us today. Happy Sunday to everybody out there. A lot of people enjoying some very nice weather. Certainly getting it up there on our playing field up in western New York, and they're in Union Springs, New York. Great New York crowds again. I mean, you just can't beat them. These folks are bass savvy, and they're fired up. They love the outdoors in all its forms.
It was like 27,000 people for the week last week at Waddington, and they say the crowds there in Union Springs are just as good this week. Absolutely incredible. They show up every time we go to New York.
This year, one of the great attractions is Angler Alley, of course, on Saturday and Sunday, days 3 and 4. It's enhanced chances for the crowds to interact with all these great anglers that they follow and idolize. Of course, they'll also spend a lot of time following and idolizing our own Dave Mercer. Dave, are you enjoying this tight finish that's going to go down to the finish line?
This is it, guys. We just talked before we went live. I mean, this is the moment, this is the round in the bend. They're all tied up. And this is literally anyone's tournament right now, I think, because, the two guys that have had the big days, had so much to make up. And you've got 8 guys ahead of them, as of this morning, that if you look at, Chris Aldane's bag, he's got 11 pounds. I think Gussie's got 1 fish over 2 pounds last time I checked. It can happen quick here, Bill, can't it?
Oh, it can, and the lake is so full of them 4 and 5 pound class fish that you never know what's going to happen. And look, guys have caught them early in the morning, but there's been a lot of guys that catching them big fish later on in the afternoon. So yeah, it's anybody's ball game, and it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Watching, the tournament here, I kind of feel like this afternoon plays to the guy that just goes fishing, and that's a hard thing to do. I mean, a lot of Canadians cheering for Gussie, but I gotta say, that's a veteran move to leave your stuff and just go fishing. Just freewheel it here for a couple of hours. I don't know if he'll do that or not, but what is your thought on that?
I think that's definitely what's going to have to happen. I mean, look, we've pounded on this lake for going on 7 days now with practice and the event, and these guys are so good that they find every little sweet spot. So I think if those fish off and does something different or just goes fishing, like you said, I think it's going to be the guy that gets the W at the end of the day.
Tell me what retrospect, looking back at this tournament, hindsight's always 20/20. What's the one thing that burns in you here today? What would you have done different?
My deal is, I'm that guy that always says, fish your strengths, fish the way you do. And I spent 3 days out there in the middle of the lake trying to do what those guys are doing. And it never worked out. And the day I caught my big bag, I just went fishing like we just talked about and caught 22 pounds, So looking back on it, I'd have spent more time up there shallow. I just had some key areas that had fish in them, and I just run out of fish on that shallow stuff because it's easy to do. But had I spent 3 days fishing shallow, and maybe be able to expand on that. That's kind of what I tried to do yesterday, is just go fishing, and it didn't work out. But looking back, I'd have spent my day up shallow. You watch like Brandon Lester this morning wreck him on a chatterbait, and that's just like pretty sickening to watch that when that's what you normally would be doing.
With this lake, it just seems different to be not on them. And then this lake opening his bounty, seems to be kind of in the history of this lake. What is that? It is a feast or famine lake, and we've seen that happen in tournaments in the past.
It seems like this lake is notorious for that. I know they've been doing a lot of grass management here, and the lake's going through a lot of changes. When they go in there and mow the grass, it changes things up. But practice was not what it is now. Practice, it was tough to get a bite. I think in 3 days of practice, I had 8 bites. And that's rough. I told the wife, I said, look, I'm struggling. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to catch them. And then, like this lake always does, and I told him at weigh-in or at the meeting, I said, look, you just hide and watch because these guys are going to wreck them. I said, they live here, and our guys always catch what live here. And they didn't, they caught exactly what lives here. When you're catching 22 to 25 pound sacks of largemouth, that's some of the best fisheries in the country that don't even turn out them kind of weights. So this lake's something special. It's very fickle, though. It's got a mind of its own. But these guys always figure it out.
All right, I'm gonna come wandering around here and let you enjoy the expo, but I'm gonna put you in the spot. If Gussie doesn't hold on, who's gonna be the one that catches him?
Oh, I'm thinking it's going to be Brandon Lester or Jamie Hartman. They're just you kind of watch them this morning fishing, by the seat of their pants and making them little adjustments that are key. And I think whoever at the end of the day makes that right adjustment. And Gussie seems to be like he's kind of locked into what he's doing. I'll be shocked if he scraps what he's doing and goes running off. He's been kind of living and dying by that area, which for good reason. But sometimes you gotta make a change.
It's been an awesome week here. A couple of weeks in New York. Bill Owen, thanks for being part of it. Looking forward to Oklahoma?
I am. I hear it's still high. It's been falling all year. It's tough. I love those tough events. When it's going to be 12 pounds a day, that's usually when I excel and like to end the season on a bang, that's for sure.
Way to get our viewers excited about the Oklahoma tournament, Bill Lowen. But it will be exciting. It's always exciting here in New York. Some of our great. Is this your first Bassmaster event?
No, and to everyone in Union Springs.
Awesome, everyone in Union Springs, and New York is amazing. Every time we come here, fans come out, in droves, literally. Last week we had the giant crowd, and we will have a giant crowd here for weigh-in. Just getting kind of warmed up here this morning, but I'll tell you one thing, New York bass fishing has not let us down the last 2 weeks, and this afternoon is going to be really, really exciting. The question is, can Gussie hold on, or will one of those guys chase him down? We've got a new act starting here at the expo, guys. So I'm going to have to go up and listen to him, and I'll see you later.
All right, Dave. Thank you very much. You asked Bill for his prediction. Who's going to jump up and make the biggest move, the big important last big move of the day? Okay.
He's pulling for Gussie.
We cut him off.
I'll go ahead and
all right.
Give you his answer. I feel confident that he's pulling for Gussie.
Yeah, he's got to go get in the crowd there and enjoy all the fun, the anticipation leading up to weigh-in time. That's coming your way right here on Bassmaster.com.
Remember that. Always remember that.
And I think I may be messed up and not in the majority, but if you're going to have a super tough one, why not have it the last
Perfect.
event?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Couldn't time it any better. Jamie hooked up.
Nah, not gonna do it.
He needs something close to 3-pounder to make any.
But
kind
it's
of
a bite.
call.
Okay.
I'm gonna change this worm out. Ouch! Ouch! Right here.
Jamie loves to see that.
What you're throwing at. I want a little explanation on this spot, if you will.
Man, it's just a spot that's got a little bit thicker and higher grass is all it is. Like I said, I'd love to venture out of this deal a little bit, but my gosh, my big bites have come in it. And being the way it is right now with the slick, calm conditions, sun, it's pretty warm. This drop shot is my confidence bait. And what I'm actually doing with it, it's a finesse reaction kind of deal. So I'm humming it down there, and all my bites will come just after it gets to the bottom. And I can move it just a little bit and get bit. And then after that, you might as well forget it because they just won't touch it. So I'm trying to make as many pitches as I can. All my big fish have come that way, and all the other fish, most of them, 98% of them have come like that. So like I said, man, I said before we had like 3 hours, 3.5 hours or whatever, and all I got to do is just pitch it in front of the right one, and we're right where we want to be. So, and you can see, like, that was a funky bite. That was the bass, the first bite too, and he didn't get it all the way. So I threw back at him and he bit it again. So, I mean, they're still biting. They're biting funky, but they're biting. And I just got to toss it in front of that big one, and it's over, man. If we get wind, I'm not going to complain either, because I can venture through that area where I caught those 2 6s, 2 6.5s. I said when I pick this thing up, it's going to be slow going. But how many did I upgrade already? 3? 2 or 3? So, you know, it's effective. It just takes time. When you don't have them wadded up, it takes time. Patience. And luckily my small fish is almost a 3-pounder, so I've got patience. A big fish bite right now would just be such a bonus. And I know I can do it here. Like I said, you can't fish a place like this out. It's just a big old flat. So any fish that are moving around, which I think they was moving around this morning.
Okay. Look at that perch. That's an eater.
Because I got a lot more quality bites in this area than I have all week. So
good? All right. Yeah, made a little adjustment this afternoon, not out of choice, but force. I'm all the way at the bottom end of the lake. You can see it right there is the end of it. Ran all the way down here to fish a flipping spot I was saving for today. Did not get bit in it, and went shallow just in from the grass I had some fish in, and caught a 4-pounder on a dock. Caught a nice one on an inside grass line. It's freaking boat wakes. Got a nice one on an inside grass line, and actually went back to the same dock. I caught the 4 off and broke one off. Never saw it, but dude, these freaking boat wakes. Yeah, so now I'm running shallow stuff. I'm kind of gave up on all the flipping. It's just, I don't understand why. The conditions are absolutely perfect for it today and just not getting bit. And I don't know. I'm going to stay down here till, it's going to take me half an hour to get back. I'm going to stay down here till 2:30 and rip. Try to catch what I can catch. There's not near as many fish down here, but this place hasn't been getting beat like the north end of the lake has, so gonna see what we can make happen here. Hopefully something good. I think I need 2 big ones to get her done, provided Gussie slips. So I got 3 pretty quality fish right now, and a 2.5 and a 3 I could get rid of pretty easy with a big bite. So
this is the dock that Steve Kennedy saw 10 bass under.
Oh, this is the one.
This is it, yeah.
With the little pergola top on it and everything. Yeah, okay.
Definitely a good stretch of docks he's on there. Makes it a little more difficult when the people are out on them and swimming around them and tubing around them. But hey, it's a beautiful Sunday. In August, you have to expect it. That's if you plan to fish some docks this time of year anywhere in the country. People are going to be out on them swimming and tubing and having a time.
They're down to their last few swimming and tubing weekends here, most likely. If they get 6 more, that's going to be extraordinary for them up here. It just gets a little colder, a little quicker. Interesting stuff from Jamie Hartman. They're talking about getting so many of his hits on the fall there. So dialing in the rate of fall is so important. What are the ABCs? How do you dial that in, Dave?
The rate of fall obviously is a big thing with any bait, but a drop shot included. But here's one thing you have to consider. Along with the rate of fall, the depth and the vegetation or the cover that you're fishing. Sometimes a faster fall is good, but let's say if you're fishing pretty thick vegetation or rock or something, a lot of zebra mussels, you'll break off and hang up constantly. So you have to consider both of those things. But a drop shot's a unique technique, a presentation. To me, one of the intriguing things when I first started using a drop shot years ago, I think bass, it gets you that reaction bite. They actually see the sinker, and then whether it's a worm, Seth Fighters.
Yeah.
I told you that was a good dock.
Yeah.
But he's not going to use that one.
It's not going to go.
2.5
But it
is his
appears
smallest.
that you have a creature, something chasing a smaller, your sinker, something smaller. And I think, just the competitive nature, the predator in a largemouth bass, smallmouth bass, spotted bass, it really brings that out in them. And when they're not necessarily feeding, they will react to that just because it poses a great opportunity for them to feed. So a lot of the fish that are caught on a drop shot, and that's not the only technique. Carolina rig's very similar. It's that fall having two things in the water and makes it look like one is chasing the other, and it'll get you a bite a lot of times when other things will not. But as far as you were asking about the speed of the fall, what I always tried to do is the faster I could fish a bait, whether it's a faster rate of fall or retrieve, the faster I can get away with presenting that bait, the better off I am, because I'm gonna have more presentations and cover more water.
You don't want a lazy back and forth.
Sometimes you have to.
Well,
but
like you would get
want
with a plastic stick bait or soft plastic stick bait
Yes.
or something, like you not necessarily want that.
Sometimes you have to, but if you can fish fast, it's always to your advantage to fish faster. If those fish will bite when your bait's falling faster, you're reeling your bait faster, whatever you're doing with it, because you're going to have more presentations at the end of the day. You're going to cover more water at the end of the day. Just makes your percentages higher. That's why I've had some terrible finishes in some places like Florida, where a lot of those good fishermen in Florida just pitch a bait out there and let it sit motionless for 20, 30, 40 seconds. I have very little patience with that. This morning was a prime example. We saw anglers slowing down, fishing soft plastic slowly early this morning because they thought the conditions dictated that. And meanwhile, we're watching Jamie Hartman on a crankbait and Brandon Lester reeling a chatterbait, just waylaying them.
And what you had talked about, that when some of these guys see some of that fish, Bill Lowen went right there. He said, "Man, it made me sick to see him catching them on a chatterbait. I should have been doing what I'm."
There he is. The best. Almost word for word. I said throw up. He said make me sick to my stomach, which is
fighter.
Told you that was a good
That's him
dog.
either.
Yeah.
He's got a funky tail. Look at that dude. Look at his tail. I don't think that was him, but it might have been. I think he'll call.
The fish is thick, but it's short.
Yep.
Gonna help him a little though.
Still my little one, big calls. Quarter pound. It's 2.5.
That helps him a quarter pound. That just gets him a little closer to a 5-pounder. Puts him in the lead.
Softens up that target a little bit.
Exactly.
be a little warmer today. And it is a little warmer today, and it has been the previous couple of days.
Just taking care of his fish, putting a little TH Marine G-Juice in there. Certainly will help those fish.
Well, right now I'm looking at some smallmouths on my graph, I think. And hang on here. I just marked like 5 or 6 look like big bass. But there's a brush, I don't know if it's a brush pile, but there's some wood down here. And like I think it's just a log, but this lake is just very plain bottom. So anything you can find that might, is different can hold a fish. So I'm just kind of sneaking along here watching my graph and dropping this little Ned Rig hula stick down there. That's been my bait. Come on. There's another one. But these ones don't want to bite. Like an hour ago I went over this and I saw one, and now there's like a little pack of them. Come on. It's so calm. It's 25 feet deep, but I don't know if I'm scaring them on top of them or what.
You have a 1 3/4, 2 pounder in there. What's his smallest fish? Such.
Gussie's smallest is a 210, and he's got 2 that are listed as 2 pounds 12 ounces.
Saw 2 nice marks just coming up to this thing too. Normally I'm a lot more chatty doing this, but I just want to catch some fish here. I feel like I'm close, but I need a big one.
We're thankful for everything Jeff's given us today. He's obviously a straight shooter and doesn't mind sharing what he knows about what's going on. And he knows what's going on right in front of him. You can't be expected to love that, but you can expect that.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
That's pretty close.
I'm surprised it wasn't Chris Aldane towing him in. He's been helping people all over the lake
He certainly has.
All week.
Fighter gained about 4 or 5 ounces on their last call.
Guess he's feeling the tension. He knows he's right there. He's 15 pounds. He's right there. I think he could win. He might just be 2 ounces. That bass track could be perfect. But he knows he's one good fish away from sealing this deal.
Well, it all is going to go down in the fourth quarter, and guess what? We have reached the fourth quarter of this very important ball game on Cayuga Lake. Final day, championship day, and we'll have fourth quarter when we come back.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
At At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO, Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Let's go. Wake the streets up. Yeah. Wake the streets up. Come on.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
The amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You can fish it fast, you can fish it slow. It's the key bait to catch them once you find them.
It imitates everything those bass are keyed in on. One of the best tools we have as tournament anglers is something that can cover water. You know, being able to move through unproductive water to find those stretches of productive water is really, really important for us. So something that we can cast and retrieve back to the boat at a pretty steady to quick pace is something that is going to be a great tool for me. And there's really not much better tool out there on the market right now than a bladed jig. This is the Terminator shuttering bait. There is no other vibrating swim jig on the market that moves near the water that this bait does.
You know, there's a lot of different makers, a lot of different styles, but no one ever had one that I felt worked really good in the muddiest of water until I got my hands on these.
That cup design is very, very different. Most bladed jigs have a real thin metal blade. This is actually a plastic material, and having that cup is what makes it a lot different from everything else. It catches the water and actually moves the blade, which makes the whole jig move side to side so much more. That's really important when those bass are feeding heavy. If you look at this thing in the water, you can see that the jig head actually hangs down below the blade. So the blade's working, it's catching the water, but having the jig head set down below it, it's down there kind of doing its own separate thing. So they're working together separately.
And the other thing about it is big fish. I mean, you know, you're fishing for numbers, but at the same time, a lot of times I've caught the biggest fish in my tournament on a bladed jig.
And we've designed this to where it'll handle big fish. It's got a 5/0 custom VMC heavy-duty hook in it, and it's also got really strong components from the snap to the split ring that attaches the blade to the head. Every piece of it is geared towards you catching big fish on. Man, that's a beautiful fish. She ate that shuttering bait right in the corner of the mouth, exactly how you want it.
It's just got a really, really good thump to it, and I can seem to get more bites fishing it slow, like practically dragging it on the bottom, actually.
The great part about this is it's heavy enough that I can make very targeted, low underhand casts, so it's not just an open water chunking wine bait.
You know, just try to make the most accurate cast you can, and then when you get near the target, I like giving it a little snap here and there. Just seems like the more erratic your retrieve is, especially when you're fishing around visible cover like this.
When we were working on the shuttering bait, I wanted to pick out several different colors that really fit my style of fishing, and we were able to do that. We've got 9 colors in it and 2 sizes, 3/8 and a 1/2 ounce. And dialing these colors in was something that was a lot of fun because we actually have the ability to match the blade to the bait. That's something that with most bladed jigs, you just don't have that ability. With the shuttering bait, we did. We can dye that, or we can make it a matte finish as we did on like some of the black ones to where it doesn't have the flash when we don't want it. And the neat thing about this too as an angler, if you want to customize it, you can take that blade off and put it on one of the other jigs if you so choose. Couple features on the shuttering bait. Number 1 is a trailer keeper. You always fish this bait with some type of a trailer. Having a trailer keeper on there extends the life of that bait, and it makes more of your cast productive because your trailer is going to stay in place where it needs to be. An all-around great head design. That comes through cover extremely well.
A lot of the other baits that are like this, it's real hard to throw around brush like we're doing, but this one just deflects off everything. You just don't get snagged as often. You go back in there and you just think you can't get a bite. This is one of those baits that'll get you a bite or two.
That unique custom design cup lip catches and moves so much water that the amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Boy, this one is a dandy for competitive fishing fans today. Final day, Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake. Next to last tournament of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. So much on the line. Look at that battle at the top. Ounces, 2 of them exactly separating. Jeff Gustafson from Jamie Hartman. That fighter a couple of pounds back, certainly within striking distance. Ditto for Brandon Lester. And David Mullins, if he can jump a couple of big ones too. Chris Saldane, yeah, could get it done. Got started on a little plan to do that and caught a couple of good smallmouth, but not been catching for the last 20, 30 minutes or so. But still plenty of time. 2 hours of fishing time, a little less than that. Talked about David Mullins, his need to get a big one or two in the boat. Did see some action from David Mullins during the break. Let's take a look at it.
Be a bass. I think it is. I don't know. Be a bass. It feels like a pike. Oh, it's a bass. There we go. They getting a little bigger.
Just a bass. It's a nice one.
There we go. Green's got to go.
That one. Definitely cool.
Green
with that
go.
one.
Pretty sure he's bigger than Green, but
Again, that was when we were away with David Mullins. Got some more footage that happened when we decided to take a break, and it was Stetson Blaylock this time.
Try to not do what I did on the last one again. This one ain't near as big, but it'll get rid of that little one. Uh-oh, don't do that. Don't do that, don't do that. Quit. Come here. I just barely got him hooked. Come here. A cold one. Whoops, I hit the wrong button.
Upgrade for Stetson.
Yeah, he said, don't want to do what I did last time. About an hour and a half ago, we saw him lose a really good one right out in front of the boat dock.
Exactly.
Should be 2 there. 1, 2, 3. Should be a 12-inch one over here. That's not him. That's not him. One, 2.
Gonna take you from Stetson Blaylock. A little bit of help right there. Back to Seth Fighter. We talk about the battle at the top that's going on right now. Will it be Gustafson? Will it be Hartman? Could be Fighter. Seth Fighter had a little bit of a slower start, especially early this morning. Did not get in on a great early bite, but things started to perk up for him, especially during our noon hour when we were away with from Bassmaster Live. A couple of key upgrades during that period of time. Take a look at it.
Big. Yeah.
Just random boat docking. I guess that's the deal. Nice one though. At least it made up for a little bit of the run. Supposed to be in that milfoil right there. I'll take them any way I can get them now. Got a 182 I'm about to call.
Shortly after that.
Oh, big one. Yeah! Come on, Wes. Come on! Inside grass line, what? What is going on? Let's go. This is it, we're turning it around right here. Freaking big ones. I was like shocked, I like didn't even set the hook. I was like, why would a bass be sitting right there right now? These are all my milfoil fish, they're just being weird. We're about to call 227, I got 227s. 4.5 pounder. I don't even know. Llama. Bleeding from his tail.
Couple of key calls right there for Seth Fighter. That's main reason why he's still in this thing, Davey Height. Get a few more like that, he can inch a little closer, and one big one will do the trick as well, even more efficiently.
Got about between 17 and a half and 18 pounds, 2 pounds 9 ounces back unofficially from Gussie. Definitely a 5-pounder would put him in the lead. Can't ask for a better finish on Championship Sunday than having a handful of guys. I mean, there's honestly 4 or 5 guys that catch one big fish, they win. I do not think it's going to end like it is. One of those guys is going to catch a big fish and win this tournament this afternoon.
Going down the inside edge right now.
Yep, that's a great example of what he was talking about. Oftentimes those grass patches will be much, much wider than that, but that's a great shot there of a little narrow patch of grass, and you see him pitching primarily to that inside edge of it. There you go. Another real good dock right here. Come on, Seth, catch one for us. See Stetson Blaylock on the northern end of the lake, or mid-lake to northern end, but definitely moved to the boat docks just like Seth. Surprised we didn't see Canterbury ever do this yesterday when things were slow for him. He said that was one of his backup plans.
Yes, he did, and it said that on day one, hour one, just about.
Maybe he did and we just didn't see him live, but
could be.
Never did see him.
That's Blaylock on the right, already with a win. Got it fairly early in the season at the Winyah Bay. What should I say earlier? That was almost halfway through the season because we had a couple before we went to North Carolina.
Yeah, it was a
before
back-to-back.
we went to the Classic.
Yeah, it was a back-to-back. Hartwell, he finished second, had a great chance to win there, but Brandon Cobb, he just knows that lake like the back of his hand, and Seth had a great tournament there. But second place finish there, and then went down to Winyah Bay, Georgetown, South Carolina. And
this cloud's decided it wants to live right here, I guess.
Walked away from there with a victory. Scott Canterbury had the lead when he left his long run back to.
Yeah, went farther than anybody up to Cooper River and got it done on the final day.
Dang it. Stetson was able to make a little small cull in the last hour to seal the victory.
That was so funny. Blaylock said afterward, he came in the studio and said, if I would have known that was a community hole, I would have never fished there, but that's where he won it.
Oh my God.
Beautiful water, a little bit of color in there. Gene Gilliland told us that some of that comes
like
from
mini putt.
the fertilizers are planted in corn heavily in the whole surrounding area, and some of that gets into the lake there, causes a bit of a bloom. You get some.
That's a good thing, I think.
Oh yeah, a little knockdown. Yeah, you don't want it.
A little nitrogen in the water.
You don't want it like a total swimming pool.
Might not end well.
There's our TH Marine weather watch. Some sunny, nice, cloudy, 73 degrees, winds east, east, 4 miles per hour.
Well, it never did get warm. It's supposed to be a little warmer today, but compared to yesterday, it is warm because it was a stiff, steady breeze out of the north yesterday, which kept everyone a little aired out during the entirety of the fishing day.
And yesterday was the only day we saw anglers adding layers as the day progressed.
Yeah.
It seemed that north wind, it seemed to get cooler and cooler there on the water for those anglers. A couple things that these docks provide on these grass lakes. Shade, number one, but also the vegetation, because it stays shady, does not grow under those docks. So you basically got a hole in the grass that those fish set up on, and it provides an edge for them and also shade and edge from the sunlight. So that's why these docks can be great on lakes that have the shallow vegetation like milfoil and eelgrass, that sort of thing.
Fished a lot of willow trees in practice, and I never had a bite on one. This is probably the prettiest one I fished in practice, though. Literally just, they look good. They got water on them. They get on them back home when they got that much water on them, but for some reason here, I can't get bit on them. Holy cow. Watch out, Wes. We got a double banger coming. 45. Hopefully I can get in front of it.
Very set fighter. He's right at the very end down. I mean, he is literally at the tail end. Cayuga Lake.
He told me I guess Wednesday night that I'm spending Sunday on that very lower end. Everything has gone according to plan. He just needs one big fish here this afternoon to finish the deal.
Sounds simple.
Sounds simple. All you need is one big one.
Just add one giant.
9 other guys saying that today.
Yeah. Chris Aldane, we haven't checked in with Chris for a while. Had a little smallmouth thing going for.
Did you?
A while during lunch, before lunch.
Stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there. Stay. Yep. Stay, boy. Stay. I think he is brown. Gosh. Oh, yes. Look at him down there. Look at him down there. There's 3. There's 3 down there. Uh-huh. Look at the graph. Oh, my gosh. Don't get too far off the spot. Come on.
He's got a couple of tiny ones in the live well. Could really perk up his limit with a good one here.
Oh, gosh. No. No. Oh.
Yeah, 4 or 5 pounder would help him tremendously.
Dude. Oh my gosh. Oh. Gosh, come on, stop that. Stop. Dude. Dude, these fight harder than the St. Lawrence River fish. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on. What is that, largemouth? Come on. Oh my gosh, big, small. No, stay. Stay on there. No, 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 no. Oh boy. Come here. No, no, no. No, no, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, come here, come here. Yeah. Look at that big old smallie. Choked it. Spark shad. Gone. Dude, again, there were 3 or 4 with it.
Stud.
Yes. Big old smallie. Look at that. Look at that one I lost was just as big or bigger. Look at. Ha! Dude, we could do 20 pounds of smallmouth.
Go get him.
Yes, that was awesome. There's 3. Oh, that's a heck of a coal. Big brown for small green. Dude. There were a bunch with it too. Bam.
Come on, man.
Let's go. Let's go. Wait, hold on. Come on. Let's go.
More smallmouth excitement. Chris Zaldane lighting it up out there. Seeing some more in the vicinity. Can he convert them? Get them all into the live well? That would be a help.
Definitely be a help. Hey, he mentioned 20 pounds of smallmouth. He's been around the right kind of day. He's lost 2 big ones and got 2 big ones in the live well. Still got time, and he needs exactly what he said. He's going to need that 20-pound bag today.
Weigh in today at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I would recommend not missing that one. Could be another nail biter. Looks like it will be another nail biter unless something gigantic breaks loose here. We got a lot more fishing. An hour and a half's more fishing time for these 10 anglers searching for the title.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Mother Nature is my playground. When I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out, guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir. Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got him.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait. Now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go. Giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley. Catch more fish.
You're watching the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Hour and a half sounds like a good long time to fish, but heard Seth Fider say going to take a third of that for me to get back to the weigh-in time, so you can take 30 minutes away from Seth Fider. Certainly part of the conversation here. We took a look at the couple of fish he caught around noon. Zaldain upgraded but did not move his position, still there in 6th place behind David Mullins. Those three, Lester, Mullins, Zaldain, could catch a giant and absolutely get in there duking it out with Gustafson, Hartman, and Fider. Man, it's a lot of different scenarios to turn over and over in your mind, and believe me, we're all doing just all of that right now. And man, oh man. The last thing we want, honestly, the last thing we want every time we start a final day is a runaway. Right. That kind of negates our whole need to be here, and we have been blessed today, Davey.
Oh, we got far from a runaway. There's honestly 5 or 6 guys. Chris Zaldain, it didn't move him up a position, but it got him closer to being able to be one of those fishermen that we can say, honestly, if they catch a big one in this last hour and a half, they can hold the trophy over their head this afternoon.
All right, got some Rapala Live Watch time to spend with you right now. We're going to spend it with our friend Dave Mercer. There he is, Union Springs, New York. We're in an hour and a half, short hour and a half. We got this weigh-in coming up, Dave. You agree with us, right? We don't want to run away here. I mean, I know you're required by international law to root for your home country there, and Jeff Gustafson. But hey, we like the tight competition. Now, is someone going to do what Micah Frazier did to us last week and sort of obscure the actual weight a little bit, some way or another, so that we get surprised at the end? What's the chances of that happening?
I have no idea why that even happened, to be honest. But the chance of that happening is very, very true. But I don't think it's going to literally be one. We've seen it day after day. I mean, somebody gets that big bite at the very end, 1 or 2 of them. It really is. If you look at, it's not so much when you look at the numbers of our anglers, what impresses me, it's not so much how close they are. It's how much they all have to improve. Like, they really, so much of our field can make a giant jump, and we've seen how quick it happens here, guys. You know, you're talking about a tournament where there was an 8-1 weight. Now, do I realistically think somebody's going to catch an 8-1 in the last hour and a half? No, because there's probably only been one ever caught ever. So I do not think that's going to happen, but I do think somebody's going to roll on to. There's just too many guys. I can't see it happening again where 2 guys from the bottom of the pack kind of charge up. Just too many of those guys have too much to gain, and this body of water is just too, it's got too many big fish. Let's be honest. I mean, if you look at it, one thing that has happened day after day in this tournament, no matter what it looks like, there's always been big bites, and big bites are going to be the difference here. And I just think it's going to happen. I mean, it just feels like, you know, I don't know, in the studio you don't get a real sense, but it just really feels like it's one of those afternoons that something's going to crack open here. Somebody is going to make that critical move, and a big bite's going to be the difference maker in this tournament. And I'm telling you, of course I want to see Gussie win. Everybody would love to see the leader win, but there's so many stories. I mean, how can't you be cheering for Chris Zaldain? You know, Seth Fider to call this from day number 1. How can't you cheer for him? David Mullen. There's so many stories. There literally is nobody out of this tournament. We've seen every day of this tournament, people look at how quick they got 20 pounds this morning. There's 2 key bite windows. It's been in the morning and the afternoon, and I still think that afternoon bite window is going to happen before they check in.
Great conversation you had with Bill Lowen about an hour ago. Very interesting, and Bill Lowen putting forth the notion that it could belong to somebody who just busts out, goes and does something completely different, and maybe breaks out. Do you agree with that assertion?
100%. I mean, but really, this is that moment. You see it in tournaments all the time where these guys have beat these patterns to death. And it's such a hard move to make in tournament fishing because it's real easy to be the guy that locks onto that pattern. And if that works for you, everybody's like, wow, what mental fortitude to just stick with it and not give up. If it doesn't work for you, people are like, you idiot, why didn't you try something different? But I really think, you see it tournament after tournament. There's so much pressure on these fish. it's changed. The lake has changed. Let's be honest. From day one of this tournament to today, this lake is a drastically different lake, and you're going to have to fish it different. And I just can't think that somebody who doesn't just go fishing and follow their gut. This is that moment, and Davey, I'd love to hear your opinion on it, but this is that moment where you got to think of this lake like, hey, we just got off work. We dumped this boat in the back this boat into the water, and we've got an hour and a half to fish. Let's go see what we can catch. And if you just think of the amazing trips you've had here in New York, you know how quick it can happen.
Well, it can certainly happen quick, but along that line, Tommy brought up a good topic there. Gussie, I thought he did a great job. Obviously, day one, day two, had phenomenal stringers, over 20 pounds both days. Was rotating over 4 or 5 main locations. And I'm sure you spent more time with him this week, obviously, than we have in studio. You know him better than anyone here in studio. It seemed to me yesterday he did a great job. I think he did the perfect thing. He slowed down. The bite was a little tougher. But, man, he just has put, after yesterday, 3 hard days of fishing on what seemed to be about 4 or 5 locations. Today, I'm just curious if he's going to stick it out and just rotate on those same places, or do you think he might be one of those anglers in the last 30 minutes, maybe the last hour, that ventures out and goes and tries to search for a new spot?
I really think this has got check time. This is when we find out. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that is the genius move, but really that's a gutsy thing to do, Davey. And if you watch Elite Series pros over the years, Jeff Gustafson could win this tournament. I mean, he could catch 2 5-pounders from now, and everybody high fives. Woohoo! He wins the tournament and walks away with it. But if he doesn't win it and he locks that rod in his hand, you got to ask yourself, is it experience that allows you to do that? It's so hard to leave what brought you there, but statistically at this point, I mean, Gussie's stuff was 2 days worth of giant fish, and he has literally eked everything out of it the last 2 days, and maybe it's enough, but if you look at if he had what he's had the last 2 days, the first 2 days, he isn't even here. So just looking at it from the outside, I mean, that's not happening anymore, and you got to hope he's going to move around, or maybe that turns on, right? That is the long time battle. What's right, what's wrong? I mean, I'm not going to second guess him, but those moves like that, that's the moves you see from somebody who's been there a lot of times, and this just Gussie's second cut ever. I don't know if he's going to make those moves, but that's why we have Bassmaster Live. We're going to find out.
Speaking of which, right now we got Chris Daldane hooked up, so hang on, Dave. We're going to watch this, how this one plays out.
Oh my gosh. Stay, baby. All the baits here and everything. Stay. Stay, come on. Come on, we're gonna win this thing with brown ones, dude. We got plenty of time. Come on, please stay. Dude, the bait's gone in its mouth. Oh, stay.
Caught a glimpse of that fish when it jumped. I think it's another 4-pounder. 4
Stop
plus.
that. Please come to the boat. Just give up. I don't need it to get off the ledge, man. Because it's got buddies. Oh gosh, look at the graph, dude. There's bait everywhere. Just come to the boat. Just come to the boat. Come on, come on. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on. No. Another big one. Stay. Gosh. No. Just stay hooked up. Please stay hooked up. Please stay. Okay, come on. Come on. Don't jump. No. Come here. No. Stay. Oh, stay. Oh, gosh. Dude. Heart's pounding right now. That little spark shad's just hanging out of his mouth. Cameraman's telling me it's a big one. Oh my gosh. Stop. Please stop. Just stop it. Do me a favor and just a hard left, please. Thank you. Stay on there. Gosh, this one's taking me for a ride. Stay on there. All right, it might be ready. Come here. No, don't dig again. Ah!
How could that not be a big
Please stay on there. Don't do it. Okay, come on, big one.
They'd be small by the time he lands it. Certainly going to lose some weight between the time he hooks and lands.
Come here. No. No. Stop that.
I know Chris is burning calories right now.
Dude, there's two with it. I could see him on the graph. Dude, we could win the tournament right here on Browns. Oh. Don't put slack in that line, Z, whatever you do. Don't put slack in it. Come here. Oh, come here. Yeah, baby. Woo! Yeah! That's a big old brownie. Look at that spark shed. Ooh. There's more down there, too. What lake are we on? Yes. All right, there's 3 that size. Those are good ones.
I could just hear it.
3 good ones. Oh, now we got 5 smallies. Yep, that one's heavier. We got 5 smallmouth. Look at that. Look at those brown ones. That's 5. Oh, there's more down there. We got time.
Get him, buddy.
We got time. Oh, there's more. Spark shad's bailing me out again. Lemon shad. New color for this year. Oh. Oh.
Wow. That's a 4, maybe a 4 1/4.
If it's a 4 or 4 1/4, that's like a 3-pound coal.
Dave Mercer, the plot thickens here, and you know something we were talking about earlier today, Dave. I don't know if you heard it. With Davey was talking about how beautiful it is that these guys do not know what the other one has. How that adds to our enjoyment of it, and it adds to their, and can subtract from their strategies in some ways. I mean, it's a really intriguing thing about our version of the sport here, and I think it's really terrific. I want your opinion on that.
It really is, so much so that not just my opinion, but I'll give you the guys' opinion. We've done this for every event. I mean, they're allowed by the rules to check Bass Track when they get off the water today. And every one of our top 10, I've given them the decision. I said, guys, if we all agree, we all got to be in on this or out on this. Let's all agree not to check Bass Track. And every one of the anglers agrees with that. Just because, I mean, it's one of the coolest things about our sport, you know, the reveal. Nobody knows. And what's happening right now, my vantage point is pretty unique. On the way over here, I ran into Trait Zaldane. She is totally pacing back and forth, not even watching, just so you know. She is not a viewer, because she said that nothing she can see will help her mental state right now. She just wants this over with. And then I'm just watching Lynn Johnston pace on the dock while we were talking here. There's people all over the place, and that's the excitement of a Bassmaster weigh-in, really. And Chris Zaldane right on cue. I mean, that's kind of what I was saying, guys, that that veteran move of being there a bunch of times and knowing like, hey, we got to just try something here because what we're doing isn't winning. It's just holding on, and they got to make a charge. Now, obviously, Gussie's in a different position. He's the tournament leader, but I think what we just noticed, what we just witnessed, proves to you how quick things can change here in the last hour.
I agree 1,000% because we're seeing this morning was a prime example. We saw some anglers that were catching them on moving baits, and you saw some anglers that didn't get those bites early, and they immediately started adjusting, started making those changes. They're fishing from their gut, they're fishing from experience, and you can learn from the best in the business when things are going their way or they aren't going their way, and you can see the personalities of each and every angler, what you really have, what you have in a Seth Fighter, what you have in a Chris Zaldain. They're making their decisions because of what they're seeing and what they're experiencing, not because what someone else is catching, not because of dock talk. You know, one of the worst things that when I was growing up, the veteran anglers told me, don't pay attention to dock talk. It'll drive you nuts. You're chasing someone else's stories. You got to be your own fisherman, and that's what we see in these anglers, no doubt.
Definitely, and I mean, I just want to stress something too. You know, that comes from being there. Really, Davey. I mean, how do you learn that? How do you learn that as an angler? And again, to be clear, I will be crossing the border back to Canada in about 4 or 5 hours. I want to be clear. I am not saying that Gussie is not going to win this tournament. I'd love to see him win this tournament. But what I'm saying is you're seeing different things, and how you learn that is through loss. Really, it is. I mean, Chris Zaldain has been so close so many times, and he has kicked stones up that roadway to his truck and thought about what would I have done different. And I think you do see a lot of that. The more times you're there, almost the more prepared you are for when things go wrong. A lot of people are prepared for when it goes right, but what about when it goes wrong? I mean, one of the toughest things in any sport can be is just to scrap what you're doing and just go wild, because there's as many stories from the guy that he held onto his pattern. I mean, in an hour from now, Gussie could get 2 of the right bites, and everything I said will make me look like an idiot.
Dave, one more question about the knowing, not knowing, who's got what. I want Gustafson, Hartman, and now I should add Chris Zaldain has bumped Seth Fighter. Now he's moved into 3rd place, just 2 ounces ahead of Seth Fighter, just 2 pounds, less than 2.5 pounds back of our 2 leaders. Do Gussie and Hartman know that they're within? I mean, these guys have a sixth sense that's usually pretty good. Do they know that they're that close, that they're 2 ounces apart?
I was really amazed how Hartman was able to read this lake yesterday. You know, Gussie was totally blown away. You know, he did not believe the lake shut down. Gussie just thought his stuff shut down. Everybody else would have caught him. When he weighed in, he really thought he was out of it. And if you watch that weigh-in again, Sego yelled at him for hardly holding up his fish long enough. No joke. But Hartman read the lake really well. I mean, he knew it was a tough day out there, and he kind of had a vibe of it. So I think they're just all doing exactly what they think they need to do to win, obviously, but not knowing makes it a lot tougher. And I'll tell you one thing I can't stress to you guys. You really got to stop and think, you know, I know I've been a fanboy for our 3 Canadians this year, and it's great to see what they're doing. But you can't underestimate the pressure these guys have on them. It's a whole different level of pressure than any Elite Series angler honestly feels. And what I mean by that is there's no Elite Series angler, every Elite Series angler, people have won tournaments in their state and many in their country, obviously. Nobody's ever done this. And I just really think you can't understate, the amount of texts, the amount of messages these guys are getting. And just that thought, in your head, I have the chance to be the first. That's so rare, and it really is a lot of pressure. Whether it happens today or it happens at, a few tournaments from now, it's going to happen. But I had to stress that because I don't think people take into account it's a little different for them. Obviously, you guys know I'm a big UFC fan, and they always said that about Conor McGregor. He takes the pressure of a nation with him, and that's exactly what these guys are doing.
Yeah, Gussie made just a slight reference to that just right after lunch today. Said, man, thanks to everybody. I'm hearing from everybody in the world. And Dave, right on. Good stuff from Dave Mercer. Dave will be conducting the weigh-in starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Man, all the twists and turns. What corner will we turn next in this? We just turned a big one with Chris Zaldain just about an hour ago. I mean, his focus became completely on the smallmouth, and man, that has been a thing to watch. And because that's the hottest topic of the last hour, Davey, for sure.
Hottest topic of the last hour, and that fish that he lost when he changed up and started focusing on these smallmouth, I hope it doesn't come back and bite him, because that was a big smallmouth, at least a 4-pounder, maybe 4.5. Jumped off immediately. Just a cast or two later, he put the first big smallmouth in his live well. A big upgrade there for Chris Zaldain. And it's been slow but steady, but he's been able to get a few more bites, and they have helped him tremendously. He's putting 4-pounders in there and culling fish that are less than 2 pounds. And when you can do that, you move up that leaderboard in short fashion. That was the smallest. I think that's the smallest. That one right there, the smallest brownfish smallmouth that he has in his live well.
What's crazy is he's sitting there at
there were 3 or 4 with
4, 4.5, a 3 3/4, and 2 fish that are 2 pounds and 2 1/4. So you catch another 4, that 2.5 pound gap is just half a pound. You catch another 4, you're right there in the lead.
He catches that first one we saw get off. He's in the lead right now.
Yes.
You don't want that to be the winning fish that got away, but
that's why I mentioned. I hope that doesn't come back and bite him. But boy, he had him on. We saw it.
Absolutely. Jeff Gustafson, Jamie Hartman, 2 ounces apart. Chris Zaldain just made a giant move to get a whole lot closer than those 2 guys. Seth Feider certainly in this thing. We have got so much more fishing, an hour's worth of fishing left to go. Critical hour coming up after this break.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com. If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S. today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S. cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movement with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
just crazy. I'm still in shock. It just was meant to be for me this week.
We all have places we go that make us feel most alive. Sometimes it's a destination. Sometimes it's a pursuit. It's difficult to define, but when we're there, we know it. Time slows down. Smiles come easier, and the sense of calm is medicine for the soul. Now we join pro angler and 2017 Bassmaster Classic winner Jordan Lee as he takes us bass fishing in his home state of Alabama. This is his element.
So growing up in Alabama, it's really made me the fisherman I am today. There's a ton of different lakes that offer a different variety of fishing. Lake Guntersville, Smith Lake, you have spotted bass, you have river fishing, you have, piling and impoundment. So that's one of the reasons I feel like it's got me where I'm at today is growing up in Alabama. I started tournament fishing when I was early on in high school, 9th, 10th grade, and I started out of a John boat, a 99 horsepower on a little lake called Lake Atoma and near my hometown in Coleman, Alabama. And that's really where I learned how to, read the water and learn different techniques. And I built off that lake, kind of carried that to Guntersville, where I really got into the tournament scene there. And that's really when I knew that, hey, this is something I want to do for a living. In my high school years is when that all went down. College fishing was definitely a big step for me and a big part of why I'm here today. And there was a lot of opportunities that College Bass and that Bassmaster really opened up for the younger generation, and it was something that I took advantage of. And when I won the College Classic bracket, it really opened up a lot of doors for me. And qualifying for the Classic was a dream of mine. It's something that every angler dreams of, is fishing the Bassmaster Classic. And 3 years later, after fishing the Elite Series, and I was fortunate enough to win the Bassmaster Classic in 2017, and that was really the highlight of my career, and that's the highlight of any angler's career. So it's definitely been a dream come true. When I first got hooked on bass fishing, it was to feel that fish on the end of the rod, end of the line, and to feel that pull. And that's something that hadn't gone away from me since the first. I can vividly remember my first encounter with catching 4 and 5 pounders, and when I was 10 years old, and that same feeling is the same feeling I get now, even after fishing professionally. Hooking that fish and finding that fish in the boat is something that will never get old. And the tournament fishing aspect of it is, it brings out the competition. I'm competing against the fish, day in, day out. There's always something to learn, and that's what I love about it. That's why fishing is my element.
Though they are often very different, each of us shares our own unique connection with the outdoors, a passion that drives us, defines us, and centers us. It's where we're most at home. It's where we're in our element.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Oh man, it is going down out here today. That is for sure. Exciting day. Dave Mercer said it earlier today, said this day has nothing to do with yesterday or even the day before or day number one. It's a completely different animal. Pretty exciting animal, I think you'd agree, Dave.
It absolutely had nothing to do with yesterday. Yesterday was slow compared to day one, day two. Today is back on fire. This morning got started. Good gracious, Brandon Lester with that 20 pounds just right out of the gate this morning. Took the lead from 10th place, and we're like, oh, here it goes again, another 10th place winner.
Oh, boy. Well, we haven't even had time. That's how exciting it's been to get to the screen of knowledge. Ronnie Moore's been standing over here on pause for so long, and now go, Ronnie, go. Get us up to date.
5 hours, no bathroom breaks, just standing right here just in case they call my number and put me in the game.
God bless you.
No, so at the screen of knowledge, we always go over day one, day two stats. Well, day three, obviously a really tough day. The average went from 3.6, 3.7 per fish down to 3.3. Just, that doesn't seem like a bunch, but for over 100, 200 fish caught, that's a lot of pounds and ounces. The limits, 91% of the anglers yesterday, 32 out of 35 caught them. 20-pound bags, only 3. And you can see that leader weight and that top 10 weight from 64 pounds, 5 ounces to the leader to 55.3. That 9 and change was the gap that Brandon Lester had to overcome. That takes us over to Jeff Gustafson. He's the leader, and it's because of the big bag. We know he struggled yesterday a little bit, 15 pounds, but a lot of people struggled. Those 2 big bags, he had day two, 25.6, and his day one, 23.11. He's got 2 of the 4 biggest bags of the tournament, which is why he still has that cushion even to this time with having back-to-back teen bags, that 15 and 14 range. So, yeah, biggest bags, very crucial this week if you have multiple of those.
Absolutely, and with that in mind, we're going to take a look. You know the music, Davey, the Power Pole replay of the day. It's about Jeff Gustafson, but it's not necessarily about today.
Not necessarily about today. It has to be the Power Pole replay of the day of the tournament so far, no doubt about it. Gutsy catching the 25-pound, 6-ounce bag.
That's a big one.
What an incredible day on Western New York. This time of year, these fish are post-spawn, and to catch over a 5-pound average is just absolutely incredible day. He caught most of them. Most of these big stringers he caught on a 3/4 ounce football head jig. He's been switching up, using different baits since then. We saw him catch the one on crankbait today, several on the Ned rig. But Power Pole replay of the day absolutely has to be Gussy's 25-pound, 6-ounce Dave that, like Ronnie mentioned, definitely the reason he could have a slow day yesterday and having a slower day today, but he still maintains the lead by ever so slight amount. It's just unbelievable how close it is between him and Jamie Hartman. 2 ounces of quarterly unofficial to Bass Track. Chris Zaldain being right up there in the mix now, along with Seth Fighter, all about Seth Fighter being in 4, 2 pounds and 9 ounces behind. But Power Pole replay today definitely goes to Gutsy. 25 pounds, 6 ounce, day 2 put him in charge of this tournament. He has not looked back.
Another special thing about that day, he avowed, I'm going to try not to catch the good ones for a while, and he just couldn't stop. That's when you know you got a special day going.
We saw him releasing some fish. I'll never forget that late in the day he caught 2 3.5-pound smallmouth that he could not use either one, and I thought there'll be at some point in this tournament, I don't know if it'll be day 3 or day 4, but you'll be wishing you were able to catch those 3.5-pound smallmouth. And actually it was day 3 and today. He would love to have some 3.5-pound smallmouth right now in his live well.
There, we're done.
Boy, you're looking at a man in heaven right there, close to the end of that day, and so much nicer to come to the weigh-in stand with something that just knocks everyone's eyes out. Everyone in the crowd, everyone at home.
No doubt about it, Tommy. I think we have become comfortably numb with catching big 20-plus pound stringers of fish up north, and it didn't happen years ago, but now, last week and this week, we've seen it happen quite often.
Look at it again. Those 2 ounces still only separating Gustafson from Hartman. And again, that's Bass Track. That's not the official weights. Subject to change. Everything is made official when we get to weigh-in time, and that is getting closer and closer for Seth Fighter. He may be close to his last quarter hour of fishing here. So he's got to make something happen. He's got to get things going. He's 30 minutes away from Union Springs.
Gutsy looks like he's going the football jig again. He said earlier that he would spend the last hour and a half of the tournament on the places that were so good to him where he caught the 25-pound stringer. Gave them a break midday and going to finish the tournament up on those places that were so good to him on day 1 and day 2.
Meantime, bear in mind, Jamie Hartman is not in the place where he caught around this time of day yesterday one of his giants that has contributed to what's gotten him here.
And I kind of got to go fast, too.
Going all the way?
Yep.
I think I just heard Seth Fighter say he's going to make the run back now and spend a little time closer to check-in. We are one hook set away from seeing the potential winner. Guess he could close the deal, or Chris Zaldane catching another big smallmouth.
Put it right there.
About the time that Jamie Hartman caught that 6-pound, 7-ounce largemouth yesterday.
I'm kind of surprised he's not in the place.
Me too.
Where we left him.
I agree. A little surprising to see him out up on these boat docks.
All right, we got to scoot up. Oh, there's bait right there. Just come in close.
Wind, big difference for Chris Zaldane today. And related to the presence of those alewives that he has tied all of his fortunes to. See, those big ones sit on the structure, wait for the bait balls to come by. The bait balls don't come by, he doesn't catch.
And he's right on target. He told us about that after the big stringer of the day on day 1. And we've been with him day 2, day 3. He said, I just haven't seen the bait. And then today he called it. He said, I'm seeing the bait again. And you see the results.
So that could have been moved by that underwater current and the wind, or no wind, right, Davey?
Absolutely. Chris Zaldane has been so close this year. 4 different times.
Oh my gosh.
You keep putting yourself where you're 1 bite away on the final day from winning, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. You keep putting yourself in that situation.
I have no doubt that there's the possibility of this one winding up like the last few minutes at Guntersville, maybe with a different outcome.
Yes.
I mean, it could come right down. It could be a last-minute catch. It could be one that's left wanting because it's just a minute too late.
How ironic you're saying that with the 2 anglers.
Yeah, there they are.
Right there.
This is
the rich keep getting richer, don't they?
They seem to be.
Come on. Come on.
I'm like you, Tommy. I thought Jamie was about to move back out on the area that we saw him this morning. He said he caught his big fish yesterday, but we also talked with Dave Mercer about sometimes it might be the right thing to do to just change it up a little bit.
Bill Lowen thought the same thing. So
really, You gonna do me like this, huh? I like that wind, man. Come on, push that bait in there. Just get
Can't
right.
be there for me. Oh man, you know what? I ran enough to know they're not on it. Let's go back up. We tried, bro. We tried.
There you go. It's all about making decisions. We'll see if you made the right one. Gave the docks like about an hour he spent on those docks with
fair try.
No improvement to his stringer. I think I would go make a move also.
Again, we appreciate Jeff Gustafson sharing so much with us today, but pretty much locked down now. I don't expect anything else from Jeff today, nor should he feel obligated.
Exactly.
You can tell he has got 100% of what's going on.
Come on,
and he should. I mean,
absolutely. This is the time you do that.
Sign of an experienced tournament angler. There'll be time for talking when the dealing's done.
Yeah, there you go, Kenny Rogers.
I have to give it one more cast, and I got a couple more ledges to fish on the way back in. There's no bait here right now.
Sure, Gutsy's thinking, I know I've pounded these 4 or 5 places, but there's got to be one more. There's got to be just one more.
That was a cast too. I'm don't.
Don't forget his Angler of the Year rank, 3rd right now. That very important race.
Yeah, he's certainly got a shot with one more regular season event and then the AOY championship.
25 points back of the lead. Only 25.
Definitely a possibility. Jeff Gustafson, 32nd.
That's our last cast here, Jake. A couple more.
Looking good for Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year tournament qualification for sure. Gonna have to keep it buttoned up a pretty good bit just to make sure he's got that Geico Bassmaster Classic qualification too.
Yeah, he's definitely in the hunt for AOY. 25 points back with a full field that last regular season event at Fort Gibson. If he could make 15 or 20 and go into the championship only needing 5 or 10 points.
Yeah. Could be another barn burner at Lake Sinclair.
It could be. Scott Canterbury's done a great job not cracking that door and giving him a chance to make up much on him, though.
Yep.
As long as if he keeps doing that, then he's the winner. But if he slips a little,
he's a bulldog. There is no doubt about that.
Two very good weeks in New York for Scott Canterbury. I'd also say Chris Aldane's had 2 pretty good weeks.
Yeah, you can say that.
In contention to win both of them.
Those rocks felt so good. All right, this is the last cast. I'll cast out in front of the rocks. Ugh. $25, come on, let's do this. Oh, I'm hitting them in flurries, man. 4-pound smallmouth. Lost 2.
Oh,
Caught 3.
Little guy, maybe.
I got all smallmouth. Not that much. 16 maybe. Could have had 20. Lost 2 big ones. Come on.
Guess he's acting like he sees one right under the boat. Reeling in a hurry. Let's see if he drops down here. Yep.
Gonna do it. Anything over 2 pounds, 10 ounces helps his cause.
Oh.
Oh, God. Oh, come on, baby. Oh, come on. 227, got time. It's gonna be a while. Yeah.
Come
on, I'm
last
so
cast
pumped
of the
right now.
spot.
Wouldn't that be?
Oh, stay! Ah, stay on there. Giant, dude. Oh, gosh, that's a big one. Oh. Oh, stay on there, please. Stay on there.
Oh.
Stay on there.
This is about as fun as it
Biggest
gets.
one yet,
Really?
dude.
It really? Ronnie's over there squirming.
Pounder might do the trick.
Please stay on
Even
there.
the suit.
You have to look away sometimes, even if it's that tense out here.
What's the smallest fish?
2.
Just stay hooked
2
up.
even?
Yes, and 2 1/4. 2 and a 2 1/4.
Oh, please.
He's a 4.5. He's 2.7 back.
227. We got her 8 miles away. We're good. Please stay on there. Just don't jump, and don't jump it off. Come on. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on.
He's gaining a lot of light. Come on.
Oh, I love New York smallmouth, man. Oh, no, 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 no. Come on. Get in the boat. So nervous right now. No, 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 no. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Oh, no, no, no. Don't change directions on me. Don't you change directions on me. Yeah! There's another good one. We got time. One more call. We got time. One more call, baby. One more call. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, we got one that's not doing so good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go, sorry. We got one that's not doing good. Oh no. You gonna make it? It's still breathing. Still breathing. I gotta freeze it out.
Well, we'll see how this call works out here. Gonna get him awfully close, awfully close.
Wasn't quite as big as I thought.
I don't think
he
was as big as the previous two.
No, I agree. I totally agree, Tommy.
Sounds
but
like
you're exactly right. Puts him a lot closer. He's one call away now, even if it's a 3-pounder. He's still got one more in the 2-pound range.
He put it in his 2 pounds and 4 ounces. He said just now, I need one more call. And there's time.
Well, those brown fish are what have made the difference today for Chris Zaldain. All these adjustments in the plan today, things never work out completely according to plan, but it started off with a lost smallmouth and a big one.
Well, we hope that one doesn't come back and cost him this tournament, but boy, it's shaping up like
oh my God.
It very well may. But it also could be a positive thing. That first bite, it kind of clued him in to stick with this. The weather conditions were like he wanted. He's been asking for these conditions, just a light but steady wind and high skies, and he's gotten that. Saw a lot of bait, he said. It was all about being around the groups of bait like I saw on day one. He had not seen that. He lost that fish just a couple minutes after that first big smallmouth. He lost just a couple minutes after we heard him say, I'm seeing the balls of bait. Exactly what we want. Since then, he's been totally committed to the small swim bait, and he has a very legitimate chance to win this event. One more call. He's got about a 8 to 10 minute run back to the launch. We got about 25 more minutes of fishing time.
So he'll fish more, right?
Yeah, he's probably got 17, 18 minutes, and one more call, and Chris Zaldain could win. He's had a lot of close opportunities this year. The Bassmaster Classic and several other elites, including last week at New York. This could be the day.
You look at that little blue stripe on his sleeve there, and the lettering inside says Zal Dangerous. Zal Dangerous is what this guy is to the two anglers at the top, Jeff Gustafson, Jamie Hartman. Man, it is all coming down to the final minutes here on Cayuga Lake. The weigh-in, don't forget, inside of half an hour, 3 p.m. Eastern Times, when these 10 anglers are going to go across the stage. Everything will be made official, and who's going to win it? I'm not guessing right now. I cannot guess. We got more fishing on the way. That's the fact of the matter. We'll be back with the last 10, 20 minutes of fishing after these messages.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir. Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got it.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
We know the answer to this question. Who doesn't love an old-fashioned nail biter? That is what we've had almost since the very first hour of fishing. Championship Sunday at the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, Union Springs, New York. Weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock. We are just moments away from it, really. Some of our anglers running right now. Some of them maybe get a chance for a few more casts before this day is done. There's our leader, Jeff Gustafson. His arrow over the last couple of days has been sort of generally trending downward, trying to hang on to the good work he got done, especially on day number 2. Jamie Hartman, the opposite position, his arrow going up through the arc of the last 3 days of this tournament. And Chris Zaldain, he was kind of a flatliner.
Up, down, and up.
Up, down, and up. Flatline until around, well, just before noontime today. And that's when things started to turn for Chris Zaldain. Had as he always has, a very complicated plan, a pathway to the victory, dependent on a lot of things. But when this happened, about 11 o'clock this morning, giant smallmouth there, 5-pounder came off. And after that, believe it or not, it was on.
Well, to be honest with you, Tommy, I thought when he lost that fish, that would be our power pole replay of the day, but one of those negative things that you hate to talk about. But it actually was the key to him being the power pole replay today for doing some very positive things. After he lost that fish, about 1 or 2 casts later, he lands this big 4.5 pound smallmouth, and that got things rolling for Chris Zaldain to be our power pole replay of the day this afternoon. He definitely has put himself in contention. According to Bass Track, it's too close to call. Anytime you're within a pound, you're talking about 5 fish added to the weight of 3 days. It just makes it very difficult. But he has definitely got himself in the mix. Any one of these 3 anglers, Chris Zaldain, Jamie Hartman, Gussie, even Seth Fighter, with 15 minutes left to go, we've got 4 anglers that could catch 1 big fish and be in the hunt. But Chris Zaldain going all smallmouth on this final day, changing it up. Going all smallmouth, having a great limit of only brownfish. Who would have thought coming into this tournament, a famous largemouth fishery, an 8-pound, 1-ounce largemouth being weighed in the first day, that somebody could have a chance to win on Championship Sunday with all smallmouth.
All kinds of surprises from day 1 here in the Finger Lakes. What a great stop. What a great New York swing. In this last third of our season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and Chris Zaldain still
Big ball of bait just showed up on my hummingbird here right below the boat, and when that happens, oh gosh, the smallmouth show up. I'm throwing this 3/8 ounce spark shad, 3-inch spark shad, and we're catching them. I don't want to leave. I'm having so much fun. It's 2:43. I'm 8 miles away from the ramp. I got like 7 minutes. I need to hook one right here because it takes 4 or 5 minutes to land.
You know the fishing is great when someone has been fishing for 14 straight days now, Chris Zaldane. It says, I don't want to leave.
Yeah, that's
a sign
right.
of
That
good
is
fishers.
that's a great point.
14 straight days.
Got a little
I don't
bit
want to
of
leave.
a little bit of deja vu going on as well. Not the last tournament, the one before that, Lake Guntersville. Well, Chris Zaldane, with just a few minutes left to fish, on him. Just then, at that point, getting good for him, and this man with the lead, Jamie Hartman. Same two players right there, but look at this. Jamie Hartman hooked up.
Oh my God.
Went back to his crankbait, it looks like.
We were wondering if he ever would get back to that.
Oh, jeez.
That was 6.5 on this morning.
Woo.
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit, all your stuff is in the way. Oh, no. Big blue bag, hurry up. Quick, 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 quick. He ain't getting off of there anyways. Yes!
Oh, my.
The 214.
Smallest is...
That was a 214. He just got rid of it.
He wasn't getting off of there. I forget what number it is.
We can see that.
Crucial stuff right there.
Half pound or so?
Yes.
Maybe a little more. Which is like gold right now.
Come on, baby. Come on, you got this.
Been a while since he has culled. But the first half of the day, after catching a giant, he culled consistently. Nickel and diming him up there. Man, those count too. Every ounce counts.
Oh boy, should have never left, dude. Should have never left. I must have just left, and that wind picked up right when I left. And then we got the cloud cover, and here I am going to run docks. And I should have just stayed. Danged if you do, danged if you don't, man. You don't know. Just don't know.
Fast track shows Hartman a pound ahead of Gustafson now. Pound 15 ahead of Zaldane. Again, this is Bass Track. This is unofficial.
How about another 6.5 right here? Right here.
Guess he's got to be feeling a little squeeze right now, no doubt. Just thinking he would get a 4-pound bite. It was so easy for him the first 2 days to catch those 4-pounders. Oh. Hartman.
Too small. I should have never left. God dang it. Ah. I could have ground it out, man, right here.
All right, you see the clock in the lower right hand, time left to fish. Man, it's going by fast, and it will zoom up to that. And how far away are these guys? There's the takeoff, Frontenac Park in Union Springs. Even Mullins just right across the way there. There's Blaylock, Zaldane a little farther down.
Yeah, looking at Hummingbird Lake, there's some of those anglers, it's 12 minutes until check-in. They've got, including Jamie Hartman, probably 2-3 minutes, Seth Fighter, Jamie Hartman right there, close to one another.
You'd think that they have to leave and nowish.
And Gussie, a little farther away than that. He's about done with his fishing. He's got to be 10, 11 minutes away with about 12 minutes until check-in. Not fishing time, but check-in, so it certainly matters how far away you are now. It means being able to fish 10 more minutes or running back in 10 more minutes.
Well, that's your final Hummingbird lay of the lake for today, and it's very closely tied to that clock you see now in the upper right hand of your screen.
Hartman soaked up.
That's a pickerel. That's a pickerel. Had to be a pickerel.
£1 penalty per minute if you're late. So you want to push it right to the edge, but you got to be smart about it also.
Absolutely. Don't mess with that. Good news is total flat. You can run all out.
Yes, that makes a big, big difference. You know your time. You know how many miles you are away, and when it's calm and you can run all out, you can push it right up to the last minute because you can make a very accurate estimate of the time. But a lot of boat traffic or if the wind's picked up, you have to allow extra time just in case you can't run full throttle.
We're out of here, dude. We're out of here.
Annoying. So super weird how Hartman could possibly win this event.
That's a wrap.
Just like he did at Gunnersville. Big flurry in the morning, big fish in the morning, long break with nothing. One big one with 30 minutes or less remaining.
Late call.
And that was his deal. He caught that 1 4.5 pounder that called a 3.5, and that was the pound that got him a half-pound win.
Almost
Nice to catch
exactly
that 8-pounder
the same scenario. Got to put them on the scales to find out. It's really too close.
Odds are slim to not ever happening. I think that was a fish or grass.
Like Gunnersville's Zaldane with the last-minute flurry, it just ran out of time. He could call his 2-pound, 4-ounce and take the win.
And unlike
still
some
fishing
elite
pretty
events,
hard. When we rolled by him, for there being 10 minutes left, I think if he had 24 pounds, he'd be sitting in front of the ramp right now.
Anglers pay attention to everything
oh
that's
my
going
gosh,
on.
Yeah, he'd have to have a 12-pound day.
They read every little sign on the trail,
absolutely,
as you might say.
what I was going to say was unlike other Elite Series events, we normally maybe end and they have 10 more minutes before check-in. We are ending at check-in. the live show is. So there's not going to be any post heroics, because when the cameras go off here, the cameras are off there.
Just be the scales.
Yeah, it's just them putting it on the trailer then.
Fighter Bass Track has him currently 3.5 pounds back. Just needed a big one and probably another upgrade to get there today.
He's had a great tournament.
He has.
It's hard to call him a week in advance, say I'm going to win, but
hey,
he has had a great tournament.
I admire that. I like that kind of confidence.
Boy, what a turnaround for Jamie Hartman. A year ago, a month, he was seeking a medical hardship. He had a bad nerve in his leg where he was almost bedridden. He couldn't walk and drive home hardly. And he's on the cusp of winning his second elite event.
Yeah, Gunnersville was almost to the day of when he withdrew from the elites last year.
Screwed up, man. I know I screwed up. I should never have left. Oh, shoot, man. I come back. What's that? Big upgrade and a small fish like that. Gosh, dang it. Stupid me, man. It's all about decisions. Sometimes you make the right ones, and sometimes you just make the wrong ones. Man, I can't even get through here.
It's going to be a good crowd at weigh-in
Oh
today.
my gosh, yeah, the crowd is already into the refreshments, I bet you.
Watch for people wading over to the weigh-in.
Was that Zona in that boat?
Send the kids to college and
I mean, Hunter and Jacob.
I
wasn't talking about Mark.
Oh.
I looked, it's only 7 hours from Michigan State to here, if you go through Canada.
Yeah, Mom thinks we're at school. Having a time.
Absolutely. Great crowds.
Make it quick. I got a fish that ain't looking good.
That could be an element as well.
Let me get in there for a second.
I'm going to say it one more time. There's time for talking when the dealing's done. If he's got a fish, he needs to get checked in. I wouldn't blame him a bit to go do it.
Mm-hmm.
That fighter's still fishing, but he's right there at the marina at check-in. Fishing just outside the marina area.
Not enough. Have fun though. I love this lake. I'll come here anytime, I promise. But probably needed 20 something today to win, and ain't got it. Got about 17. Yeah, we gotta roll.
Brandon Lester loading up there. Boy, he had a great start. Certainly gave himself a chance this morning.
We had fun watching him catch that 20 pounds in the first 30 or 45 minutes this morning. It was great. One good quality fish after the other.
Today was a good day. We started out strong and finished strong. And, you know, I mean, when you go out in 10th place in the top 10 on the final day, you just want to make them have to catch some. make them have to earn it. That was my goal today, and I feel like I did that. I mean, they had to catch some, and I'm sure they probably did, but it was a fun day. However it shakes out is what it is. It's been a good week, man. What's up, boss?
Great attitude from Brandon Lester right there. You know he's a little
How are you?
disappointed. He probably feels he's
Thank you,
falling
buddy.
a bit short.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
He got some work done today, and
Absolutely did.
that's what you're out here.
You know, we had the last 2 winners come from 10th place, but I agree with him. 99% of the time, you go out the last person in the cut, you just want to move up a little bit, gain a little more money, a few more points, that sort of thing. It just doesn't happen very often that you can
What's
come
up,
from
buddy?
10th to first.
What's up?
Hey, we did all we could do. We caught us 5, took us all day to do it, but we just didn't have the bites today, plain and simple. Run out of fish.
After the day, how you feel? What do you think?
Oh, I'm nervous. I don't know why. I think it's all that depends on that first guy. If I didn't bomb the first day, man, I'd be feeling like really, really good right now. But there was such a big gap again, between second and first, and third and first and fourth, which I was fourth going into it. And he would have had to bomb today like bad, and I don't know. I don't see it happening. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what I've got. Maybe, between 21 and 22, I'm thinking. So, I don't know, man. Why am I nervous then? No idea, man. I just, I made one bad decision, I think, late in the day of running way down south and pegging a few docks, which it could have paid off big, if I just stuck one big one down there. But, man, come back and it's blowing and it's cloudy, and I pick up the crankbait and boom, boom, just like that. And I wasted all that time. I could have been having that plug in the water the whole time, and I didn't.
Well, you want some excitement at the weigh-in, some nail biting, some uncertainty? I think we got just the thing coming up for you right now. What a day we have had. Chris Zaldain getting on the smallmouth, taking one lost giant, kind of turning his day around.
He certainly turned his day around. I hope that's not the fish that cost him $100,000 in his first Elite Series win. He's been so close so many times. You got to pull for someone that's been so close so many times, and Chris Zaldain has been that. It's too close to call, though. He's got a good bag. The weights are within a pound of one another going into the weigh-in. You've got to tune in to see Chris Zaldain weigh in a 5 bass limit. Smallmouth, it'd be absolutely incredible if he does have enough weight and wins like Cayuga with 5 smallmouth bass on the final day.
Jeff Gustafson trying to be the first Canadian angler to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we said it earlier today, day number 2 is where he put all the hay in the barn. And sort of going on the momentum of that, and boy, it was a fantastic day, and just trying to hold it together, keep it buttoned up, and could it be Jamie Hartman? Bass Track has him in the lead right now, but again, Davey's right, it's so close. There's no need to even think about it until we put them all on the scales. And all on the scales they will go, because the weigh-in is starting right now over on Bassmaster.com. Thanks for joining us on Bassmaster Live.